Right. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to another stream. Looks like another active severe weather event coming through Nebraska. All right. So we're going to kind of jump right in. Right. We're going to take away the tornado watch. All right. So let's get caught up on everything here. Let me see. We'll head just to the north east of Bartlett. So we're having ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds out toward Bartlett. So pretty good size hail there. So definitely at least ping pong size hail. Some more ping pong size hail just to the north of Petersburg. All right, we'll go to the east of that. Norfolk, you guys are getting hit pretty hard right now. Norfolk, Woodland Park, and Staten, Nebraska. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's go ahead and put this into motion really quick so everybody can kind of see which way these all are going. So it looks like for the most part, the northern storms are going to stay north. If you're in Douglas, Washington, Sarpy, Cass, Odo, these are the storms down to our south that we're actually watching for severe weather to move into our area later on. All right, so we'll go back up to Norfolk. Once again, quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Um, see which way this one's traveling. So they measured 63-mile-an-hour winds up at the Norfolk Airport. Looks like this is moving east at 25. So this will stay to the east. So if you're in Wisner, West Point, Staten, Oakland, you guys will probably be in the path of this, even though looks like it's going to stay, Pender. I would be watching out for this storm, Wisner and Pender. All right, we'll go down a little bit. All right, so we're going to do kind of the southern storms. So just south of Central City and Aurora, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning. York, Aurora, just to the south of Grand Island. So we're doing penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds out of that cell. So it looks like Harvard and Hastings, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Penny-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we'll drop down to another cell that developed just to the southeast of Minden. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And clear on the border of Kansas and Nebraska. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that is Oxford, Stamford, and Beaver City. So let's take a quick peek of the hail cores in a lot of these. So you can kind of see where the lines are already starting to develop. Big hail cores, wherever you see the whites and grays, you're looking at, at least quarter size hail in these. Smaller the colors, as in yellow, a little bit of orange and blue. Um, it gets lighter in the hail. So Aurora, you guys are seeing probably just off to your south. We'll see which way this is actually going. So if you're in Aurora or Hampton, be looking for at least quarter size hail. This says penny, but little bit larger than penny in this cell right here. We'll go kind of up to the north. Norfolk, you guys are definitely seeing. So Norfolk, Woodland Park, Stanton, at least quarter size hail in this cell up here. And then if we go to the west of those cells, just to the west of, sorry, to the east of Bartlett, you guys have pretty good size hail. I think this was the ping pong size. Yep. So ping pong size hail just to the east of Bartlett in Nebraska. So here's a pretty good cell up here. I'm surprised this one isn't worn just for the hail core. Let's take a quick peek at that. Well, if you're in Center, Bloomfield, or even Creighton, I have a store that's storm that is producing pretty large hail. I would say probably, let's take a peek. We're at 56,000 feet, so probably at least penny size hail for this. So that's probably why it's not severe warned. Anything over penny, normally is severe warned, so it's probably right in between marble and penny size hail. All right, so let's go back down to Valley radar. We'll take another quick peek. So when our storms come in, move into Douglas, Sarpy, Cass, Lancaster, we'll rotate this camera more um, to the southwest, which we can actually probably get that done now. Hmm. So really, the storms that we're going to be looking for tonight are going to be coming from that direction. Hmm. Right, so that's a pretty good camera view there. Mm. Yeah, that's actually southwest, so everything's right on there. All right, so still watching these cells now just to the east of Norfolk, Stanton, and what's in there? Woodland Park. So if you're in Woodland Park, probably experiencing pretty at least quarter size hail. We're still looking at ping pong size hail. And if you're in Elgin, this cell is coming your way. So back here, where you're seeing the more of the blues back here, this is anywhere from probably 2-inch size hail. I mean, looking at lime size hail, if not larger, in cells like these. So when you start getting into the blues, that's some pretty big size hail. Right. So we'll kind of back out a little bit. We'll put this into motion. So definitely, if we're looking, Douglas, Sarpy, Odo, Cass, Washington, Saunders, Lancaster, we'll be expecting these storms that are just basically in Aurora and York at this time. Right, so we can take a quick peek. Other places, we'll go down into Kansas really quick. So it looks like penny size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you're in Colby, severe thunderstorm warning, and Oakley, You guys are having roughly penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's see which way these are all going. So these are going to the northeast at 35. So just to the west of Garden City in Kansas, Syracuse, Kansas, and Lacken or Lakin, Kansas. So quarter or penny size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Mhm. All right, so it looks like there's one severe thunderstorm warning in Wyoming for half-dollar size hail. So we'll take a quick peek over here. So it's probably moving southeast at 15. This will be in central Niobrara County and east central Wyoming. It kind of looks like the Dakotas are actually staying somewhat quiet in Hot Springs. You have a little thunderstorm off to your west. If you guys were joining us last night, North Dakota, South Dakota into Nebraska, yeah, pretty active evening. So, all right, we're going to go to Davenport radar. All right, so pretty severe thunderstorm, like just to the west of Freeport. You're in Savannah, Mount Carroll. So quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And it looks like another severe thunderstorm warning. This is in Illinois, just to the south of Juliet. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. There might even be a little bit of, I don't think they're supposed to be getting tornadoes out here, but we'll check velocities really quick. Definitely no rotation. Storm, what's going on, buddy? Hey, cool. Thanks for tuning in, Derek. Appreciate it. Are you guys, Derek, are you in the Omaha area or where are you watching from? It's kind of funny that you said you're watching from work because my last job, I always watched YouTubers and live stream from my work too. So it's pretty cool that you have that leeway. So where are you watching in from? Storm, good to see you, buddy. Peter over in the Central Omaha. Cool. Yeah, I'm in Western Douglas County. Mm. Well, cool. Glad to have you. I'm glad you clicked on the channel. If you haven't already, like, subscribe. We're trying to get this channel out to as many people as we can. You know, love the viewers. Just have a passion for this stuff. I always have since a little kid. So, right. So it actually looks like we have 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's kind of take a little peek at where all these are coming from. So we went through the ones in North Dakota. We have one in South Carolina. Here's one in Nebraska, Wheeler County in Nebraska. So roughly 10 more minutes there, expires in 10 minutes. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Logan, Kansas. You guys have penny size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Vermont and New York. You guys have severe thunderstorm warning up in Bennington, Washington, New York. So, all right, so here's a pretty good one in New Mexico. Basically, uh, basically ping pong size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind. So if you're underneath one of these, let's take a quick peek at this one. All right. So kind of a little lesson, if you guys start to see the blue here, that is extremely large hail. So we'll bring up the liquid velocity on this, and yeah, that kind of just popped up. Danielle, hey, what's going on? Good to see you. Anyway, that's actually a pretty big hail core right there. It doesn't look like it's really in the path of anything. So Lake Sumner, it is actually to your east and along US Highway 84. You guys kind of just got pulverized by some large hail. All right, let's go ahead and shoot back north, northeast, from Dodge City. So still the same. Any size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Right. You know what? Let's just go back up to Nebraska radar up here. So still have the severe thunderstorm warning. Arapahoe, just to your south, quarter size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. See how fast this is actually going. So this is actually just moving east at 15. So this is basically a borderline storm right here. All right. So we'll concentrate on penny size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour wind still in Aurora and York. You guys are still underneath this warning for 22 more minutes. See how fast this is moving. So this is going northeast at 45. So, if this cell holds together, let's just put a little track on it. So we'll go in the dead center. So we'll go up through Omaha. Right. So that's 111 miles. Now, right, so it's moving 45 mile an hour. So it's moving at a good clip. All right. So Waco, 23 minutes. Utica, 31. I mean, it's going to take a long time. So we're looking at over 1 million people, 1.1 million in the path of this storm if it holds. And there's 500,000 in Omaha alone. So let's go down. All right, so Gretna, you're in Sarpy County. It's going to hit you in, we're looking at, geez, we're almost looking at 2 hours. Arlington, Louisville, Elk City, Boys Town, 120 minutes. So Omaha, 124 minutes. La Vista, 122. So we still got, time here. So if anybody in, Douglas County, Washington, Sarpy, Saunders, Lancaster, you guys still have time to put your vehicles in the garage. All right, let's go back up north a little bit. There's still a good hail core signature on this one. So yeah, so like I said, still a good hail core. So ping pong size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So did the storm last night wake any of you up? Storm, you still on? Derek, Danielle, did you guys get woke up last night? I was actually live until I think it was like 2:45 in the morning, 2:40, 2:45 in the morning. So once the cells really passed through Omaha, it was pretty cool on the skycam last night. Um, Watching the storms roll in and the lightning. So we can almost see probably here pretty soon. Let me see. Here pretty soon, I'm high enough up to where we should start to see some lightning here. Uh, and from the southwest, this is where the storms for Omaha are going to come through. But you'd be amazed on how far back the storms are. I mean, we were seeing lightning from Norfolk and Columbus, and when the line was clear up to the northwest, we were seeing lightning here, in western Omaha for hour, like at least 2 hours before it got here. Oh yeah, so pretty cool. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Let's take a quick peek at what the current temperature and things are here in Omaha. So right now our outdoor temperature is 85 degrees. Winds are out of the south, so all that's doing is pumping up that moisture from the south and from our rain last night after midnight until right now. Here where I am, a little over a quarter of an inch, 3/10. So definitely feels like 94. So the dew point's at 75 degrees. You guys can't see the humidity, but it's at 71% right now. So definitely the moisture, humidity, the fuel is there. We had sun earlier this afternoon, which is just fuels the atmosphere. So, we'll see if it does anything and we'll go from there. All right. So let's take a quick peek at future radar. We'll see. Oh, I'll just let everybody know if you're up in Wyoming, new severe thunderstorm warning from the one that we actually just covered. Still ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is really out in the middle of nowhere. So there is like no towns in this area. So you guys are pretty good out here for hail. All right. So we're going to come down. So this is going to be future radar for this evening. We'll look and see what one of the models say. I don't know if they've updated it. I just got home from work. All right, so they did. So this is kind of what future is going to look like. So this is 7 p.m. It is moving it a little bit further to the east than what it is right now. So it does look like if you look at that model, 9 o'clock tonight, looks like Omaha is really going to see the brunt of it. But I think that storm that they're showing there is actually the one that's in, Aurora and the I'm trying to think, Aurora and York. So it's putting it here in Omaha roughly about 9 o'clock. We'll see if this model is, how accurate it is. So that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. We could see the background of this. So roughly about 2 a.m. Still could see another round of thunderstorms moving through Omaha. And then it looks like, all right, so this is 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we could see another round of, strong to severe weather tomorrow. Well, that is all the way up until noon tomorrow. So, yeah, so we'll get through tonight. There's, 2 a.m. We'll go back a little bit. So there's 9 o'clock for around here. And there is roughly about 7 o'clock, 46 minutes ago. So yeah, we'll just have to, like last night, we'll just have to see what happens. I'm not going anywhere. So you guys want to keep chatting? Keep chatting. You guys have questions? I'll answer them as best of my knowledge. All right, let's go back. Radar. We'll go just south of Hastings. We'll take a quick peek at these again. So it looks like another little cell is starting to develop just south of Wood River. Let's see if anything else. Dolphin. I think you'd probably be in the path of this. We'll go back a couple frames. So yeah, so Dolphin. I assume there's probably at least any size hail in this one, maybe quarter size. Well, if it's quarter, they should uh, severe warn it. Let's see what it is. Actually, this is a pretty good cell. Just to the west of Dolphin, I would expect a warning to come out on this one here pretty soon. So south of Wood River, all right. So they just condensed the severe thunderstorm. So you still are in Henderson, York, Hampton. You guys are still in this warning. It looks like probably in between Marble and penny size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Looks like this hail core, you know, dramatically decreased. So you can see it out here in Aurora. That was pretty big hail. So this cell is kind of diminishing a little bit. Austin, you're funny. So for you that can't see, Austin said, first question, can you send me $100? If you send it to me first, I'll give it back. Just kidding. Good to see you, Austin. Hope everything's going all right with you. All right. So we'll just have to see. All right. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning just came out too. And Neely, quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is probably and heading toward Tilden. Let's see how fast this is going. So quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So it looks like moving east at 30. So Tilden, Battle Creek, Norfolk. You guys will all be in the line of this. Woodland Park. You also will be in the line of this storm. Get a motion on this. We know it's going east, but so everybody can kind of see the track. It looks like this is just going to be a lot of, heavy rain. Pender just had a lot of heavy rain. Wisner, Stanton, Woodland Park just had Wayne. For the most part, pretty non-severe right now. We are still underneath a tornado watch until 10. See if you guys can see, it looks like we have another line of development just starting. All right, so new severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Grand Island and does include Aurora again, which this is the cell I was just talking about with that hail core. So either they're listening or something. But yeah. So Dolphin and Giltner, you guys are in the severe thunderstorm warning along with Aurora. I just got done saying that this had a pretty good hail core, and they should be warning this. Um, and sure enough, they put it in a warning. So just south of Grand Island and includes Aurora. But it looks like more development up through Palmer and Fullerton. We'll have to see really what these turn into. So this line let's see. So this line right here, possible development, this actually could strengthen pretty good and actually move east. So we'll really have to keep an eye on this development to see what it does. All right, so it looks like the National Weather Service did just put us in a severe thunderstorm watch till 2 a.m. Um, let's take a quick peek and actually see if they took away the tornado watch. Um, right, so here is the new severe thunderstorm watch. So I'm kind of curious, did they take actually away the tornado watch? So the tornado watch was supposed to be until 10. Right. So we are still in tornado watch until 10 p.m. this evening, but we're in a severe thunderstorm watch until what did I say? 2 a.m. So looks like a pretty active evening. So I think they're looking at even these storms down just to the north of Norton, down there in well, it's the south north of Norton, Kansas, but it's actually in Nebraska. Um, so this line, could move northeast. So a new severe thunderstorm warning with actually the one I was just talking about. So Norton, you're not in it, Norton, Kansas. So this cell here is probably dropping to the southeast. Um, that's a good question, Derek. Actually, the closer I look at this, and they just updated this, they actually took Sarpy, Douglas, Washington, Saunders, Lancaster, um, out of the tornado watch. So we are actually no longer in the tornado watch. They just updated this. So the tornado watch is still for 10 o'clock out to the west. So I think what they did is I think the tornado threat just went down, dramatically, but the severe thunderstorms are still there. So we're underneath the watch for 6 hours and 7 minutes. So yeah, roughly 2 o'clock in the morning, we're in this. Now, don't get me wrong. There could always be a quick spin up with a tornado. It's not zero. I think we're still in. See if they've updated it. We'll go to the tornado threat for today. All right. So Omaha, Lincoln, Des Moines, Rockford, Illinois, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. We're still in a 2%. And I don't know why it's not showing up. Let me take off these really quick. There we go. All right, so this is the tornado threat for the rest of the evening. So as you see, it's a 2% chance of tornado threat. But they just took it away. It's not zero, even though we're in a severe thunderstorm watch. You know, cells can still produce tornadoes, so we don't have to be in a watch to get one. So we'll watch these lines. Looks like there's a lot of lightning. The development out west is starting to get, you know, a little strength behind it. So yeah, these are showing up pretty red. Now, these won't hit Omaha. It'll probably stay to the north. I don't know, Columbus. I think it'll stay north of a line of Columbus and Fremont. These might be just going northeast. So we'll have to wait and see. So we'll go on the hail side. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Holdridge in Nebraska. So here's our hail threat. So 2%, damaging large hail. Actually, I lied to you. This is a 5%. So 5%. So hail is definitely not out of the question. We've seen ping pong size, quarter size. Um, we saw lime size earlier up to the west of Norfolk. I mean, they were seeing 2-inch size hail, lime size. So that was pretty crazy. Let's come down here really quick. So, new severe thunderstorm warning for Holdridge and Minden in Nebraska. So it looks like these cells are actually moving northeast, but they're kind of blowing up in here. So, but they're still going northeast. So yeah, that's what we're kind of, Derek. I totally hear you. We're on the same page. Um, I think you guys are a little behind me. Let me see. All right, so we're caught up. So once again, um, the hail. I think you might have saw that. Right, so we'll put the hail back on for you just in case you miss it. So here's the hail probability, 5% chance of damaging hail. Um, here's still the outlook. They're really watching these storms. Like I was saying, they could still have quarter golf ball. I haven't seen any baseball, just lime size. So there could still be along this line a lot of dangerous hail. So we'll just have to see. And because you're here, I always like to go to the hail to see where the cores are, so people have a little bit of heads up on what they need to do. But hey, absolutely, no, absolutely. All right, so let's go ahead and take this off. Dun, dun, dun. I'll do a wind threat really quick. So these are going to be the winds. So winds, we're at a 15%. So we could expect anywhere from 60, 70, or even a quick 80-mile-an-hour wind gust with some of these storms. It is not out of the question. So winds can be pretty powerful with these. All right, we'll get this off. We'll go back to radar. You guys can kind of see the skies back there. So they're getting kind of dark back there. So here pretty soon we should start to see probably some lightning here pretty soon. Go a little bit west southwest. You can definitely see, the line of where the dark clouds are. As soon as we start to see some stuff, we'll switch back over there. Great. So let's go back to that warning down in Holdridge. Actually, you know what we'll do is we'll take another quick hail core. So whoever's watching, um, let's put kind of the hail mode. All right. So coming in, let me see. So they're calling for ping pong size hail. See where this is. Okay, definitely. So definitely ping pong. So if you're in Oxford, you guys are probably getting pulverized right now. Holdridge, I would definitely be putting your vehicles in the garage. Minden, this cell is probably heading your way. Let's take a quick. Yeah, definitely. If you're in Holdridge, I would definitely be putting your vehicles in the garage. If you know anybody in Holdridge, Minden, give them this heads up. There's some extremely large hail heading their way. Um, Not so big right here. Quarter size hail, maybe. I don't really see it. Let's go back a couple frames. Okay. So right there was definitely quarter size hail. Like I said, I just don't see it right now because it's not there right now. Definitely, you know, maybe pea size right now heading toward Aurora. If you're north of York, uh, so that cell is kind of decreased, but I do see a pixel in there that it could be intensifying. We'll go to the north of Central City, maybe Penny, maybe Marble size just to the west, or correction, sorry, to the east of Fullerton. Okay, so we talked about north of York, probably coming into Seward. All right, so these are the ones in Omaha that we're kind of going to have to watch. These could rapidly develop as they moved eastward, and still a huge hail core. Tilden, Battle Creek. If you guys are in Norfolk, I assume this hail, yeah, I assume that they'll extend this warning. Let's see how much longer. 13 minutes. Probably in the next 5 minutes, they'll extend this warning out. Everywhere else is actually not too bad in hail. So if you look at where these hail cores are, we'll switch back to radar. Okay, now you can kind of see everywhere. Uh, you know, we have this cell. We had this one. These were starting to have some hail in it as they moved. So, you can kind of see this is one north of York. I think there'll be some hail in this one heading toward Columbus. So you can kind of see how fast that one developed just to the west of Columbus. So these storms are getting ramped up into this juicy atmosphere. I mean, needless to say. Ton of lightning down here at the Holdridge storm. Man, this is like lighting up like a light bulb. Crazy. Oxford, Holdridge, I'm telling you, if you are in Holdridge, I would definitely be putting your vehicles in. Anything you don't want destroyed, I would definitely be putting in. This is probably more key to the hail because I'm not seeing really gusty winds in here. So if you don't think that they're really doing this for the winds, I think they are doing this definitely for the hail. Let's take a quick peek down into Kansas again. So Colby, Kansas, still quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll take a quick peek in here. So your hail core be right in there. So let's just kind of see. Right. So kind of like I said, hail core. Would they say this was quarter size hail? I think it was quarter size hail. Let's take a look. All right. So back here, probably when it initially got warned was quarter size, but has diminished. So here in Selden, could get a little P to marble size hail. Excuse me if this comes through. Wait and see. All right, let's go actually back up to Valley Radar in Omaha. We'll take a quick peek at some of these storms. Definitely strengthening just to the west of Columbus. Seward, you kind of had this cell. Actually, was strengthened. Now it's kind of using its juice a little bit. Like a lot of these cells are actually pushing more to the east. So we'll really have to see if there's a line that actually develops. Let me stop this really quick. If there's a line that actually forms from Fullerton, back down toward Grand Island, we'll see if that can fill in. If this fills in, a lot of this is actually moving kind of east, northeast a little bit. So we'll have to wait and see. All right, so we're talking about the cells just west of Columbus. Norfolk, you guys just had a storm. Actually, it's already clear. This storm must be moving actually pretty fast. So if you're in Pender, just off to your west, you guys are probably seeing, some lightning. You can hear some thunder. We'll just pass through Wisner. Hey, if you're still on, that's a house on the other side of the park where the tree line is. It's a house being built. Are you still on here, Danielle? Yes, no. All right. Dum. Okay, cool. All right. All right, so we'll drop down just a little bit. So, all right. So they're still calling for ping pong size hail in this storm down toward Holdridge. Let's take a quick peek and see if we can actually see it. Man, that's still some good size hail. All right, if you're still in Holdridge, you still have extremely large hail just off to your west. You still have a few minutes left. Get stuff in the garage, bring stuff in. If there's glass outside, cover it for any tables. Um, Still have ping pong size hail. Let's see how fast. I don't think this is really moving that fast. I guess northeast at 25. So let's take a quick peek on how long it'll take to get to you. So Holdridge, you still have 20 minutes. Uh, Atlanta, you're pretty out of luck. So you have 4 minutes. Clyde, you have 13 minutes, and Holdridge still you have 20 minutes before the cell comes towards you. And just in this population, 5,500. Sorry, I forgot you guys actually can't see this, so let me actually drag this over. So this is kind of what I'm looking at. So this gives you kind of an impact time for destinations. So definitely still seeing some large hail in this. All right, let's head back over. So here pretty soon, I mean, we'll start to see some rain moving in. So Saunders County, you guys are seeing rain from Ashland up to Utan. Not heavy rain, probably just a little shower. So Fremont down to Ashland, kind of a line. We'll take this back a few. So we'll have to keep an eye out on the cell just to the west of Fullerton. Maybe just a little rotation right there. Let's see if it lines up. Nope, never mind. That is a dry air slot right there. So never mind. I always like to check, double check before really anything goes out. So that is definitely a no go on that one. All right. Looks kind of weird though. Kind of looks like a hook, but there's nothing there. All right. So Fullerton, you guys are probably seeing some pretty heavy rain right now. I really thought that this was going to be a little bit more active in the Nebraska area. This looks like so we had a lot of the storm chasers actually here. Let's take a peek and look at where they are. All right, we'll go here. Okay, down here, we have tons of storm chasers. Looks like we have Tornado Pagey here, Storm Runner Media down here. Is this Connor? Nope, this is Freddie McKinney. Right. I can't really show you his screen. Um, don't have permission. Let's see. So we have a few sites. The one Stanton County and Norfolk. You can kind of see. All right. So have a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Norfolk. So Tilden and Battle Creek. You guys are quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's only a 30-minute warning. So it must be moving actually pretty quick for 30-minute warning. Moving east at 30.
It was a little bit.
Right, so Tornado Pagey is in Columbus. She's like dead center in Columbus, passing through town. I think these guys thought that it was, I think everybody thought it was going to be a little bit bigger, severe weather event. So it's turning out to be mainly a wind and hail. I don't think there's been any tornado warnings uh, where they have said there was going to. I know there was one tornado warning earlier, and that was southeastern Iowa, but it was just radar indicated, so I don't even think anything was there. Probably in Nebraska, this is our biggest one right here. Holdridge, it's just coming to the west side of you guys, heading toward Minden. It's got a little ways to go, but it'll get there. Anyway, so yeah, a lot of the storm chasers were in the neighborhood. I think they're kind of disappointed. They probably thought, there was going to be more action around here. All right, so let's see. Do we just have one, two? All right, so we still have three. Three severe thunderstorm warnings in Nebraska, quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is approaching Norfolk. So just to the west, I know it's moving east at 30 miles an hour. Down in Holdridge, once again, big size hail moving into Holdridge in just a little bit. They're still calling for, all right, so golf ball size hail, considerable damage. That was actually probably there, but considerable damage. If you're underneath this cell, it is like pulverizing everything. Cars is probably shattering, car windows, back windows, uh, siding on people's houses. This is a pretty big cell. So if you're in Holdridge, I would definitely get to the interior part of your house and just stay away from windows. So still big size hail. And this has been big hail since Oxford. It's really not diminishing any. So Holdridge, you still have maybe just a couple there. Okay, there was the latest scan. Holdridge, it's basically knocking on your door to the west. Right, so here pretty soon we'll actually be able to see some moderate rain, at least coming into the neck of the woods. So we'll have to keep track on we'll have to keep track how much rain we actually get. Let me see. Right, so we're starting basically at 0.35. So we'll see at a 0.35 how much we get here. You kind of see the rain already back here. You can kind of see the mist. So probably be raining here just a little bit. So we have a line from Valley to Waterloo, down toward Gretna, and then back to the east of Ashland. So nothing severe here, just rain. Still almost 85 degrees. I don't believe it's still, man, still feels like 94 outside. So winds are out of the east now, roughly 5 mile an hour. So getting winds pushing in from Iowa. All right, so we'll go back to see a little bit of rain just starting. We'll go back to radar. We'll kind of put this in motion. If you are tuning in here in Omaha, you can kind of see showers are just moving into from western Sarpy County, western Douglas County, moving east. Nothing severe about these. Some light rain on this. Right. Zoom out a little bit more. Now, this could actually, get heavier as it moves toward Omaha, Bellevue, Plattsmouth. You guys could be picking up some heavy rain, and even then, still have some heavy rain in Saunders County. Right, so really, it looks like we only have two severe thunderstorm warnings now for in Nebraska. One still off to the west of Norfolk. How much does that have? So 20 more minutes on that one. And then still the bigger one is actually in Holdridge right now. So still golf ball size hail. They're seeing considerable damage. I bet that hail core is right over Holdridge. I don't think this is the latest scan. We'll give it a second so we can update. But I think this core is probably over here. We'll come back to that one in just a second. Derek, appreciate it. That's awesome. And cool you got that set up in your car. Mm. It's kind of cool. Well, I know for a fact that this cell is over. They have shrunk down this warding though. Of course, Oxford, you're not in it anymore. Holdridge, you still are for ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, but really didn't see 60-mile-an-hour winds. I saw more of the hail. Um, so Holdridge, Funk, Axtell, and Wilcox, you guys are still in this warning. And yeah, they named a town after you. What the heck? That. All right. Man, we went from 19 severe thunderstorm warnings when I showed everybody. We are down to 7. We have 3 in Kansas. We have the ones in Nebraska. We have more in Kansas. So it looks like Kansas, Nebraska, Illinois, Kansas. So yeah, it looks like mainly Kansas and Nebraska for the win. All right, well, that line that I thought may form is not forming. So we'll have to wait to see if there's more development back here. We'll have to really keep an eye on this storm. Believe it or not, in Holdridge and Minden, it may dissipate when it gets closer. Um, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Even the storms to the west of Columbus aren't as strong as they were. We'll have another cell just to the south of O'Neill. Like it just went through Chambers, uh, and heading toward Inman, Nebraska, and Page. See if there's any. I assume there's hail in this. It's probably a good sized hail core. That it is. All right. Well, that scan just showed it kind of dissipating a little bit. So it's not as big as it was. So this is probably marble size approaching Inman in Nebraska, going ahead toward Page. And Battle Creek, this is the one just to the west of Norfolk. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it was. It's not as big as hail as it Let me have this out a little bit. So I can see back here, it was huge. And then went through Tilden. Actually, Tilden, you had a kind of a direct hit. Probably at least quarter size hail went through there. Um, Kind of dropping to the southeast to Battle Creek. I would say quarter max, but more likely like marble size. The warning's still for another 14 minutes. Um, I don't know if they'll extend this one or not. It looks like it's actually decreasing in the hail, so we'll have to wait and see. So nothing around Omaha for hail. A little bit out west that cell in Columbus, but the biggest one is down toward Holdridge. Exactly over Holdridge. Still ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So Holdridge took a direct hit from these storms and took a direct hit with this hail. We'll come back up here or the Omaha area. Omaha, seriously, it just actually kind of looks like heavy rain. So this is dropping to the south. So I think this may end up just kind of training over and, you know, could see an inch out of this, 3/4 to an inch to an inch. I'll have to wait and see. Kind of taking a quick peek at the phone and everything that I've got on there. And we'll really have to look at, hey, Nancy, what's going on? Absolutely. So I was kind of just reading on my phone. Um, Looks like their, impact winds could be 70 plus mile an hour. Moving east. Models say it's kind of developing between 9 and 10 o'clock over Saunders County and moving east. So we'll really have to watch between 9 and 10 to see if these winds actually will pick up. It could be this front that's out just to the north of Seward. It's little after 8:30 now. We'll have to see if this actually holds together. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Hey Nancy, where are you watching from? Are you in the Omaha area? Anywhere around here? No, we really thought these storms were actually going to be a lot stronger than what they were or are. I know a lot of the storm chasers were the same way. Oh, I guess, I'm sorry, Nancy. You're from Omaha. Okay, cool. At home. There you go. So I assume Omaha. Uh, so I'm in Western Omaha. So it looks like we could get some pretty, good rains actually coming in here. So Saunders County. I guess the updated information is we'll have to see if, this, front, and there could be a line. And it's kind of funny that I just read that because this could be an actual gust front out here. We'll have to see this action. Something just tells me that this part is going to be. All right, I'll move it over so you guys can see. I got a feeling something's going to happen in here shortly, and we're definitely going to watch it. I'm definitely not going. Oh, that's cool. Western Omaha too. Awesome. Well, the latest intel is still saying between 9 and 10 o'clock, we could be seeing some extremely severe wind gusts. So we'll have to see if that, takes place. It's supposed to start, somewhere in this area and then head eastward. So we'll have to wait to see within the next like hour if this develops. Let's see if I even see anything right now that would even indicate anything like that. I see some 40-mile-an-hour. No way. Yeah, we'll have to see. It says that it's raining. Is it actually raining? Even the winds are actually pretty well cool. Nancy, appreciate it. Thanks for joining. I've only been doing this for a little while. Um, Totally enjoy it. Had to get all the proper equipment and everything put together, had to drop a little bit of money, but yeah, it's definitely what I enjoy. Love broadcasting for people. But yeah, it's pretty cool. So more and more starting to develop the channel. If you know anybody, send the channel their way, have them subscribe. Well, yeah, appreciate it. hoping for. So last night was pretty cool. Last night we had skycam up. Of course, it was pretty late at night, but we uh we caught some pretty cool lightning last night, roughly about 1:30, 2 o'clock. We were live until roughly about 2:30 in the morning. So yeah, it was pretty interesting night last night. Well, thanks, Big Kahuna. So rain has started down 72nd Dodge. We can actually take a quick peek. We'll go back to radar. Oops. So we will 72nd and Dodge. So this is Dodge 72nd. Here's Cass. So this should be 72nd. Am I seeing that right? Uh, I think this is 72nd Dodge. 74th looks like it. So 72nd Dodge is right here. So yeah, a little shower going through there, Big Kahuna. Hey, thanks for the report. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe to the channel. Kind of cool just you in your own area, you know where everything is, people are watching. So definitely, 72nd Dodge, the Cass, Benson area, Sarbin. So we'll kind of put this into motion a little bit. You can kind of watch it coming in. Definitely a little bit more to come that way and out a little bit. So yeah, cool. Thanks for the report. Kind of still waiting. I mean, we could see some more heavier rain develop out here to the west. The latest report was all right. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. I was kind of talking about this earlier. So it's the same huge cell that just went through Holdridge. So it looks like it's in Minden. I still think it's holding together even up here. Now it's to the north. Let's see if it's still in the. All right, so we'll wait to the next. So it's not in this location right now. So it's already pushed through Holdridge. I think I have a feeling that this cell is actually up here right now. I'll have to wait and see here in a second. So they're actually decreasing this to quarter size hail. I don't know if I agree with that. This is still pretty big hail right here. All right. It's still honestly, it's going through funk right now, going to Axtell and Menden. I still think we have bigger than quarter size hail in here. So if you guys are still in these areas, I would still be weather aware for this hail. So Carney, it looks like you are also in this severe thunderstorm warning. I do have family in Carney. I don't think it's going to hit Carney. I think it might go to the east. Now, since I say that, watch, I'll be wrong, but hopefully it goes to the east. So if you're in Gibbon, I would be aware of these storms here coming up toward you guys. Let's take a quick peek back. All right, let's go back to Omaha radar really quick. Right, so they discontinued, let it expire for the Norfolk severe thunderstorm warning. So still, Woodland Park, Stanton, Battle Creek, and Madison, you guys are still experiencing like really heavy rain, thunder, lightning over toward Wayne, Pender, Wisner. You're kind of in a lull right now. You're like right there. West Point, heavy rain north of Oakland around Highway 77. So 77, Oakland, it goes down through Fremont and then down through Lancaster County and Lincoln. So we'll have to watch this development just to our west. A lot of these cells are going to start pushing to the east, so we'll have to watch out here for this development to move in. Kind of wondering if they've updated the model yet to see actually. All right, so this is 9 o'clock. So this is all right. So this was 8 o'clock. Well, this is kind of what's going on right now. They're still saying roughly between 9 and 10. Those cells that I just happened to mention out to the west of Omaha, they're saying it's going to develop between 9 and 10 and then move into the Omaha area. Well, I mean, these are only models, so they are not 100%. So we'll just have to wait and see if these are accurate or, what's going to happen. And then it looks like 1 a.m., some more possible. I wonder if that's the one that is in. So they're saying so the one that's in Holdridge right now that we kind of keep talking about is the one that's going to push in probably about 1 o'clock in the morning. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. And it looks like for the most part. So this is tomorrow, 1 p.m. It looks like it kind of clears out. So we'll have to just wait and see. So everybody stick around. Um, yeah, nothing else better to do. What is today? Thursday. So we'll stick around on a Thursday evening and if you guys want to chat. I am all here. Glad you guys are here. Really appreciate it. Kind of nerve-wracking at first when you first start up a YouTube channel. Uh, Nobody talks, nobody's in, you don't have any subscribers. And then finally your channel starts to get out a little bit, and then more and more people, start to watch and then know the area that you're covering. So it's good to have all you guys here. All right, we'll go back to radar. So I guess what they're saying is they're really looking at this development, moving eastward. So we'll have to wait and see what this one really does. I don't know. So really, when it says honest and reliable, I mean, I only cover what I see. You know, I cover what I know, what I see, and we just kind of go from there. Adam, thanks, buddy. Hey, appreciate it. Seriously. It's good to hear, stuff like that. A quick little thanks, Nancy. Appreciate it. A quick little history behind me. It was either medical field or meteorology when I was younger. I did choose the medical field for 20 something years. So I've always been, on the medical side. I've worked ambulances, doctor's offices. Um, I've always been on the medical side, but at the same time, my passion for weather and meteorology, was always there. A lot of times when I was younger, um, I actually went into our news station out here, Channel 7, uh, would meet up with Bill Ramby quite often. So Bill is, a good friend. So yeah, I never went to school, but over years, um, you know, it's just a fact of just learning it on your own, uh, watching a ton of Weather Channel, reading about it, knowing how to read the radar, you know, tornado forms, pixels, what to look for. So yeah, it's been interesting. So I'm really getting out of the medical side now, um, and going toward, being a YouTuber for meteorology. And yeah, I'm glad to see all you people here. Um, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. I know I was approaching, 2 weeks ago, I was at 40 subscribers. Now I think the last time I checked, I was up to 80 within the last 2 weeks. So we've doubled over like 2 weeks, trying to get the subscribers in. So yeah, hit the like button. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I like this. Right. Fremont looks like you guys are going to get some heavy rain here in a little bit. Let's slide this over a little bit. So back here, when I really thought that there's something about this that was kind of fishy. I thought it was, I don't know, something I knew was going to try to happen in there. Either a gust front was going to form or something. So when I take that off and I get back into time, you can kind of see it starting to fill in a little bit. So I think possibly, we'll start to see some rain and thunderstorms start to develop in here and push eastward. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. This environment, it's really juicy environment right now. It's kind of weird. Even the rain is kind of dissipated over our area out here. I mean, you can see the clouds. I mean, the clouds are, I'll put it to full screen for everybody, but yeah, this is crazy. I mean, you can see. I mean, there are definitely some dark clouds out there. rotate a little bit this way. So now we're kind of looking west, northwest at some of those. You can actually kind of see the clouds moving. So they are moving, west to east or even northeast. Down there, I saw a little bit of lightning. So hopefully you guys saw that on there. So maybe things will start picking up for a little bit of thunder and lightning action. I kind of leave it in this direction because more of that heavier rain was up toward the north. So we'll leave it this way to see if we can see anything. All right, let's go back to radar. All right, so definitely up toward Fremont, you're seeing a little bit heavier rain. Man, this is actually really falling apart. I know everybody that lives in Omaha, Sarpy County, the Omadome. I think the Omadome is getting to be in full effect because there is nothing in this area. And actually, a true fact. Um, Last night was bad for lightning and thunder. Don't want to repeat. Yeah, it was actually. I know you guys probably weren't on my channel last night, but it was actually, you know, it was pretty cool. Um, so if you go back to that video and then go to like all the way to like I don't know 1 o'clock in the morning, it was a pretty cool lightning show. But the Omadome here, so kind of a true fact is, when the storms come from the west to the east, it's all flat land out here to the west. But, we do have the bluffs in here. So we get a lot of winds coming off of the bluffs, hooking up with the winds coming from the west. And it really diminishes out here. I mean, it cuts off everything. So storms will either go to the north of Omaha or to the south of Omaha because of the winds and the bluffs and the terrain in this location. You have the river that comes through here, the Platte. So there's a lot that takes in effect of why a lot of stuff will go to the north of Omaha and to the south of Omaha is just because of the train. Everybody calls it the Omadome. Well, it's kind of true. We literally have like a cover over us, and it leaves out a lot of the severe weather. So true, true story, true statement. All right, we'll put some of this into motion. You guys can see how really it just seriously it gets to Omaha and then it just dissipates as soon as it gets to like Sarpy County, Douglas County. So I'm really interested to see what this stuff does actually out to the west. So it's supposed to drive eastward. We'll see what it does. You guys don't go anywhere. I got to take a quick 30-second break. I've drank a lot of water today, so give me just a second. I will be right back. All right, you guys. Great explanation on the Omado. I'm always wondering why it splits. Yeah, no problem. But it's kind of weird because I did do a little bit. Oh, hey, we finally got a little bit of lightning out there. Um, I did do a little bit of investigating on that, and it's actually, yeah, kind of a true statement. It's between the bluffs and the open land of central Nebraska has nothing really to stop the storms. But as soon as it gets into a kind of a different environment over here, you know, the bluffs and the Council Bluffs, it's a total different environment here. So yeah, um, and honestly, I just learned that maybe a couple months ago, kind of investigating that, and yeah, so no problem. Glad I could kind of inform you guys on why that is. Okay, so I saw a little bit of lighting up there. Let's see if it's right. So definitely hearing a little bit of thunder with that lightning that uh, we just saw. So there's some more. Yeah, so definitely more of the lightning up toward the northeast. So what we're seeing is the lightning up toward Fremont. So kind of center bottom screen. Start to see a little bit of lightning up there. So yeah, hey, once again, appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Really appreciate that. If you haven't already, like, subscribe to the channel. I'm gonna start doing more live videos. I know there's other YouTubers out there that only really broadcast only for severe events and kind of leave out, still the regular thunderstorms and heavy rain and stuff like that. So I do plan on being live often. So, you know, I appreciate the support, you know. So like and subscribe. I guess hit that bell icon. I'm not really good at it, so I don't really know. I think if you hit the bell icon every time I do go live, you'll be notified. There's a lot of times that, you will see me, but sometimes you'll see my avatar picture up there. If it's like a nice day, I'll usually put up the live cam and maybe just live radar, but there's really nothing, interested. But some people like to go on there and look at stuff like that. So I like to keep people informed. So like and subscribe. I really appreciate it. Um, it was sprinkling when I let the dog out 10 minutes ago. Yeah, it was sprinkling, but now there's like nothing. It's all up toward the uh northwest of us. So that light, like I was saying, so you guys see that lightning up there? That is up toward Fremont. So that's what we're seeing. So we'll stay here for another couple of seconds and we'll go back and look at those again on radar. So it definitely is here. All right. I'm going to switch back to radar really quick. So definitely out west. Oh, I think yeah, sprinkle hit the camera lens. So there could be some couple sprinkles out there. Um, so that spot that I was telling everybody about, let me see. There we go. So that I thought that was going to fill in. Look at that. I guess my gut kind of paid off. So it's definitely filling in back here. It was wide open. I didn't think that that was really going to be the case. I knew something was going to, so starting to finally fill in. So my hunch kind of paid off on what was going to happen. So we'll wait to see on these storms here. This could be our gust front or wind gust coming through here. So by 9:30, could be up here in Saunders County, and we'll see what pushes through. Um, but that was kind of the latest, hearsay that strong winds going through like Saunders and Lancaster, pushing through Douglas and Sarpy between 9:30 and 10. So we'll see if that happens here in about a half an hour. Still looks like the one severe thunderstorm warning. This whole entire time I never put up my. Never put up my severe thunderstorm warning for everybody. So still have that severe thunderstorm warning for uh, Kearney, Minden. Oh, there was some pretty good lightning out there. But yeah, so definitely uh, we'll have to keep on that stuff out. Keep an eye on the stuff out to the west. So Kearney, like I said, I think so. I don't think that hail core went through you. No, it looks like that biggest hail core, kind of what I thought is staying to the south and east of Kearney. Not ruling out that you guys won't see maybe a little key size coming through like downtown, but the biggest has completely fallen apart just to your south and to the east. So you guys should pretty be good for that. So another 4 minutes. I really don't think that they'll extend this warning. So yeah, this hail is completely like, which is good. I mean, Holdridge got pounded on, and it kind of just disintegrated just to the south of Kearney. So I don't think that this warning is gonna uh, be extended. I think they'll drop it. So let's look up here really quick. Norfolk, man, you guys still have a huge hail core up here. So just to the west of Stanton, roughly quarter size hail Norfolk. You probably see quarter size hail Woodland Park just to your south. Let's see if that's heading up your way. So Woodland Park, yeah. So you guys will probably see a little bit of hail up there too. But let's go back. Let's take a look at this cell. Yeah, definitely in Stanton, Norfolk. So here's the hail core, and here's the hail core. So definitely pushing through Norfolk, going into Woodland Park, and just to the west of Stanton in Stanton County. All right, let's go back to Valley radar. Anxious to see what these storms out really to the west are going to do when it pushes east. So yeah, we'll have to definitely wait and see. I'm expecting that this severe thunderstorm warning is actually gonna. All right, 2 minutes left. I really don't think that they're going to extend this. There's nothing in there to extend it. So if that's the case, then we won't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in Nebraska. Look at this cell out toward Broken Bow that just developed. Right in Westerville. Well, Westerville, let's take a look and, well, that kind of just diminished a little bit in that radar scan. So not really anything out there. Right, so maybe a little bit more moisture trying to work into Douglas, Sarpy County. Maybe we'll see a little bit more heavier rain in this. Um, so you guys can definitely see. So we'll actually put it back to live cam really quick. So definitely seeing some lightning up there. Let's take another peek. Let's turn more to the west. Let's look more to the west, the southwest. With those storms coming in, there might be. So we'll have to look down here, see if we can see anything starting to come in. It's a cool looking cloud like center screen. So yeah, we can start to see the lightning bottom center the screen. Oh, that was a pretty good one there. That last one was definitely a CG. CG is cloud to ground lightning. So if I say CG, it's cloud to ground lightning. So we'll keep that up on that screen. Keep that going. So definitely that lightning that we're seeing down there is coming from this. We'll wait for that to push in, and we'll see what it does. It gets getting a little bit stronger, so we'll have to see when that pushes through. If we get heavy rains from that, which you know, oh man, you just missed that. Go a little bit more west mode. That was probably a pretty good lightning strike that we missed out there. Right. All right. It's definitely starting to develop a little bit more down here and moving in. So if you're definitely in West Omaha, Sarpy County, you're definitely hearing a little bit of thunder. Back out here just a little bit. You can kind of see my lightning icons out here, so that's kind of what we're seeing. So there's some pretty good heavy rains, thunder light up toward Norfolk. Over the last couple nights, Norfolk has really got hit with storms. Now that was pretty cool. So a big old W on the screen if you like that one. That was pretty cool. A lot more lightning coming up toward just outside of Fremont. Fremont's getting a lot of thunder and lightning. Norfolk, thunder and lightning. More down just to the west of Douglas, Sarpy County. So this is Saunders County here, Lancaster down here. So definitely going to be moving into the Omaha area here, at least north or western Douglas County here pretty soon. And really tonight, nothing severe. Um, the atmosphere was prime for it, but I think this morning's rain and even this afternoon rain kind of destabilized the atmosphere, and that was pretty cool, Nancy, huh? I think we're definitely going to see more. I'm going to turn that camera a little bit more in the way of that storm down there. This will be a pretty cool view. Totally forgot what I was saying. Um, can't remember. Totally lost my train of thought there. Now there's going to be lightning like every. That was pretty cool. Um, Now there's going to be like lightning everywhere. But those cells that are coming up down there, moving into that's in Saunders County and Lancaster County. That's what we're watching down there now. And it's kind of toward the Lincoln area, Ashland. Lincoln, for anybody who doesn't know, Lincoln is Lancaster County. Ashland, Greenwood, that's Saunders County. So it's kind of the direction that we're pointing. Kind of waiting to see if we get a good cloud to ground lightning strike. Those are always kind of cool to see on here. All right, let's go back really quick. We'll go back to radar. We'll see. I'll kind of keep this view up so you guys will definitely see it. Okay, so definitely rain moving into Douglas County. Looks like just east of Valley. You guys are getting a pretty good shower east of Utan. So if you guys are in western Douglas County, you guys are actually seeing a little bit of rain. And that was a cool one. You guys will see that one. That one was definitely a cool lighting. So, um, once again, Western Douglas County looks like northwestern Sarpy County could be seeing a little bit of this rain. Wahoo, a little bit heavier rain. Man, that lightning is like really going. I have to kick it back to the live cam for a little bit. If you're in definitely Western Douglas County, you guys are hearing thunder right now. So 56 in Dodge. Got it. And we'll take a quick peek. So Dodge. Let me see. This is Dodge. 156, so right about here. So 156 in Dodge. Nancy just reported light rain at this location. Yep, definitely moving in there. So thanks, Nancy. Appreciate it. You could be getting some of this yellow stuff. Let me move this over a little bit. You definitely have some moderate rain. I think it may just push to your north, but still definitely have a little bit more rain. Ceresco from Wahoo down to Ceresco. Probably not much more. Maybe down to Waverly. All this is moving northeast. We'll go back to live skycam. Take a quick peek at these storms that are coming in just to the west. Definitely definitely some lightning out that way. A little bit of rain hitting the camera lens. That's pretty cool. Just like to get like live views from different angles. Um, for everybody on here, I do plan on putting. Now that was pretty bright. Um, I do plan on getting another camera out toward Kearney, so we can see in western Nebraska, possibly one in Hastings, um, and trying to get one in north central Nebraska up toward like Spalding and Albion area up toward that way. So um, trying to get numerous cameras out there. Like I said, just kind of getting started. Give me a little bit of time, and hopefully we'll have different camera views of different parts of the state. Um, I think it'll really be cool. All right, we'll take a quick peek back. Radar again. We'll leave this camera view up this way. Definitely seeing some lightning out there. The last one was pretty cool. All right, so let's kind of scope around. We'll see what's going on. Still some really heavy rain up toward Wayne, Nebraska, Sergeant Bluffs over in Council Bluffs, just to the south of Sioux City. Just seeing moderate rain. Wayne to the east of Woodland Park. Stanton, you guys are pretty clear right now. Wisner, still getting some heavy rain in Wisner. West Point, Oakland, Tacoma, you guys are all seeing, moderate to heavy rain, probably pretty loud thunder, lightning, um, coming down toward Webster, North Bend, Schuyler, receiving some heavy rain in Schuyler. Coming back, Fremont, Wahoo, Utan. These are the ones that are probably approaching Western Douglas County. Waverly kind of just dissipated down there. Kind of zoom outward. We'll look at this storm back in the Kearney. Kearney, you guys are getting pretty heavy rain. This is where I kind of want to put that camera. We do have family in Kearney, so kind of looking forward to going out there and getting a camera put out there. Kearney and Hastings and all them out there, uh they get some pretty good storms out there. All right, we'll go. Right. So definitely northern Douglas County. You guys are picking up pretty moderate rain. So if you're in Bennington, just east of Valley, Bennington, I know Irvington is in here. Irvington, you're down here. Um, Probably just seeing some light right now, but Bennington, Washington County, Fort Calhoun, you guys will see some moderate rain here coming in. Schuyler, you guys got some pretty good downpour right now. There's definitely a light show out there, I'll tell you that. Let's go back and take a look at some of this. Yeah, definitely a light show out there. So just off to Sill. That was pretty cool. So just wait till you guys see that one. Okay. I think you guys are roughly on like a 20-second delay. Mm. Definitely a light show. So the storm that's moving into Douglas, Western Douglas County. Let me bring that back up again. Right. So what we're looking at right now with these storms, let's see, right about here. Moving into western Douglas County, northwestern Sarpy County. It's definitely the direction that we're pointing is directly at these storms. So we're getting a little bit of you know a little stronger cells in here. All right, so believe it or not, we do have a tornado warning. Let's find out where it is. All right, so in Illinois, we have a tornado warning. Let's take a quick peek at that. So if you're in Walnut, Illinois, um, Princeton, Illinois, Dover, Illinois, or uh, is that Maiden? Maiden, Illinois. You guys are under a tornado warning. So definitely some let's see, had to have been a scan or two back. Let's see. All right. So definitely a little bit of rotation. Well, actually a couple of different rotations. So this one is actually indicating this one is down here. Couple different areas rotation. Hey, Sean, what's going on? All right. So once again, if you are in Illinois, um, probably a lot of my subscribers are actually from Omaha and the Nebraska area, but tornado warning for Walnut, Dover, uh, Madden, Princeton, and Illinois. So we'll take a quick peek. What part of Illinois actually is this? All right, so this is kind of just west of Chicago, Aurora, Peru, Illinois. So if you're in Iowa, it's kind of if you're in Davenport, just to your east. Right, so this is just radar indicated. Yeah, I didn't see like really tight rotation, but definitely some rotation in there. We'll see which way. So this is going southeast at 20 mile an hour. So 12 miles northwest of Princeton, southeast of 20. John, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for joining in. Appreciate it. If you guys are new to the channel, who whoever is on, like, subscribe to the channel. Once again, I'm gonna start broadcasting quite a bit. Doesn't always have to be severe stuff, but people need to be if it's weather involved, like to update people and notify people on what's going on. So once again, tornado warning for basically northern Illinois. Actually, north central Illinois. And we'll see if we get a latest radar scan in. It's pretty broad rotation. There isn't really much. I mean, where that is, it's supposed to come down and then, you know, so the rotation is right here, but it's so broad right there. It's not really, it's a lot tighter a couple scans ago, but not really anything right now. So, yeah, so we'll get rid of this one and we'll actually go back over right to the storms that are just entering, western Douglas County, more southwestern Douglas County, northwestern or southwestern Douglas. Sorry, got to get my direction straight. Southwestern Douglas, northwestern Sarpy. So we'll kind of put this into motion for everybody. Man, the lightning is like awesome out there. Definitely getting stronger, moving into Douglas County. So check to see if there is any hail coming in. I don't think there is. So there's a small little hail. So just to the west of Sarpy County, it's kind of growing a little bit. Let's take a quick peek on where that is. All right. So a little bit of hail in this part of the cell and a little bit up in there. Man, that lightning is pretty cool. Right. We'll have to let's go really quick. Let's go back to skycam. We'll try to pick up some of this cool lightning out there. Well, my camera isn't the absolute best camera. I'd like to invest in a good PTZ camera with complete 360. This one will go 360. But I still get pretty cool lightning pictures like that. So trying to get a good camera and good quality for you guys to see. I'd like to get one back here, Western Douglas County, um, one out in Kearney, possibly Hastings. Yeah, so it'll take a little bit of time, but if you guys subscribe and follow as it comes in, you guys will watch it happen firsthand. That's some lightning out there. So definitely have a cell moving into uh, southern Douglas County, kind of where I am broadcasting from is southern Douglas. So definitely where the heavier rains are going to come in is what you're going to see. Man, that is definitely a W for the lightning. So when I say W, it's a W for the wind. So definitely pretty cool lightning. Right, I'm gonna keep the screen pointed that way, but let's go back to live radar for people that are just kind of joining us, so they can kind of see what's going on. So definitely just entering western Douglas County from Waterloo down toward, the Gretna area, down toward Ashland. So this is live radar. Right. So what we're going to do is really quick, we'll go down to see what the latest, kick it back down. Some of these different camera angles for some of my scenes that I have, I still have to adjust it because not all scenes are the same. Um, so here, we're still sitting at 80 degrees um, in western Douglas County. Uh, winds are like calm. That's kind of eerie. So we'll have to wait to see which way these winds are going to start blowing. I can kind of move that radar over and all right, so kind of where down here is Sarpy County. This is Douglas County. You see the rain gauge at 0.36. That was anything after midnight last night. And then also this morning when we got the little shower that rolled through Douglas County. So that has nothing to do with this storm right here. It resets every 24. So we'll just have to kind of wait and see. When it started, we were at 0.35. So we'll kind of go off of 0.35. Um, Still feels like 88.8 degrees out there. Dew point is at you can't see, but 77. So basically 78 degrees. And humidity is at 91%. So definitely definitely very moist out there. Feels like 88. So yeah. All right, let's go back. Let me see. We'll go back to this one. So we got to move our camera angle again just a little bit more. All right, that one was pretty good. So we can kind of just leave it on this direction. We'll go ahead and take a quick peek at radar again. Right. So if you're in Valley, Waterloo, down toward Sarpy County, seeing a little bit of heavy rain moving in, thunder, lightning. So really central Douglas County, western Douglas County, Waterloo. So Waterloo, Elkhorn, you guys are probably seeing some heavy rain about ready to move in the Skyline area, Vincent Island. So basically all of Douglas County to the west, seeing heavy rain. This is probably all moving. It's basically moving to the northeast. So if you're in Bennington, you guys will be seeing this heavy rain pushing in here in a little bit. But definitely tons of lightning out there. Tons. All right, let's take a quick peek at. And so for all you that's just joining in, thanks for being here. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. I appreciate your support. Once again, Douglas County is seeing heavy rain, a lot of lightning, thunder, moving through Valley, Utan, approaching or went through Waterloo and approaching Bennington, Irvington uh, towns. So roughly here's Dodge Street. So if you guys are familiar with Omaha, here's Dodge, roughly 190. So 204th is Highway 6, 192nd or 180th. So basically, I think this is Maple Street out here. Yeah, so Maple Street, definitely seeing a lot of heavy rain. So this is 204th in Maple. Definitely seeing heavy rain out there. So 204th or Highway 6, Highway 31. It has so many names. Um, Heavy rain's going to be passing Elkhorn to the south, basically down to the Sarpy County line. So definitely some rain going to move into the southern part of Douglas County, southwestern corner, moving northeast. If you are in Douglas County, nothing severe, extremely heavy rain, a lot of lightning, a little bit of thunder. Definitely a little bit of low level clouds. So we'll switch to that view really quick. Not really any rotation in these, just lower levels. Well, of course, as soon as I switch to this the screen, we're not going to get anything. Yeah. There's a little bit like overhead. Oh, there was a pretty good one. So yeah, definitely a lot of lightning, thunder. So definitely, if you are in Douglas County, Sarpy County, you probably just kind of heard that one. All right, so we'll go back to live radar. We still got that tornado. Let's really quick. I know nobody from Illinois is on here, but let's take a quick peek at that tornado warning really quick. Um, it's a different one. It is. So we do have a tornado warning, I believe, in Iowa. Right. So just to the south of Davenport. I don't think the radar is actually working in this location. All right. So quick view. So tornado warning just to the south of Davenport. Take a quick velocity. So this is kind of a bad radar hold. Let's see where this is really quick. All right. A little bit of rotation out toward Millen and Iowa. So Oak Grove, I would be just on the lookout for this. This was just off to your northwest. And then we have the other tornado warning in Illinois, which a little bit tighter rotation. Mhm. Where it's saying it is, it's still like broad rotation on this one. So it's radar indicated for another 15 minutes on this one. Let's go back over to Douglas County. I'm sure everybody is tuning in here. Give me 30 seconds. I will be right back. All right. Appreciate you guys. All right. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of Mo Valley and Iowa. We call it Mo Valley. It's Missouri Valley in Iowa. Um, so it looks like just to the east of Mo Valley. So if you're in Logan, um, Neola, Shelby, Iowa, you guys just probably Woodbine, you might be just to the north of this. Um, so penny size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So once again, so severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of Missouri Valley in Iowa. So Neola, uh, Logan, Woodbine, and Shelby. I believe it's Persa. Persa, you guys are also in the warning. Fort Smith. So this is well, this is moving east at 25 miles an hour. So one of the few severe thunderstorm warnings is in west central Iowa. So just to the north of Omaha. All right, so we'll go back down to Douglas County. Man, look at those clouds. I'm gonna go back to those clouds really quick. So a little bit of definitely some gustier winds pushing through now. So maybe these were the winds that were projected to move through between 9 and 10. So you can kind of look at these clouds and these are some pretty low clouds out there. Now they're actually moving from what north going southeast. Let's take a quick peek. Now it's coming out of the northwest. Still, man, the lightning, just crazy. We started at 0.35. We still really haven't seen a ton of rain here in western Douglas County, at least not at my house. Definitely the wind's picking up, so roughly in between, 5 and 10 miles an hour. So before there was like nothing. So definitely some lowering scud clouds out here. So absolutely no rotation to these. They just kind of look scary. Uh, temperatures down to 78, feels like 80. So definitely getting kind of back down to where it should. So just out of this rain, we have 0.07, so 700ths. And actually, that's actually per hour. That's the rainfall amount per hour. So once again, we're not really getting sure the ground's wet, but we're not seeing a lot out here. All right, so winds basically out of the north at almost 10 miles an hour from the north. The winds are definitely switching directions. Let's go a little bit further. Humidity has gone down. I'm sure. I think let me look at that really quick. I totally concur with you. What's humidity? Let me see. Well, the dew point has gone down. The humidity because of the rain is still at 93%, but the dew point has actually come down. So the dew point is what it really like makes it feel like. So it was at almost 80 degrees. Um, it's down to 75 degrees now. So, even that little bit would make a huge difference. Definitely a little windier. Yeah, definitely a little windier because I can definitely see it on my camera view because we didn't have any wind here a little bit ago. So so definitely kind of watching that white cloud like it's just to my left. I'm on camera, so everything is the direct opposite. So just to my left, that white cloud, it's almost like it's moving back. That was pretty cool. Um, yeah, it's just a weird looking more cloud. All right, let's take a quick peek back at radar. All right. So radar, northern Douglas County, you guys are actually kind of getting some heavy rain out there. Kind of zoom in a little. Bennington, yeah, it's definitely you. Bennington, seeing pretty good rains coming down in Bennington. Irvington, you guys are probably seeing some heavy rain. Um, Working the way down. So West Center up to Dodge Street. Nancy, kind of probably over by you. Little bit heavier, steady rain down there. Benson area, probably 72nd and let me see, this is Dodge. So Maple, 72nd Maple area. Um, Getting some pretty good rain down there. West Maple out toward 100 and probably 168th and 156. Right out there. Now Bennington, in the town of Bennington, you guys are getting some pretty heavy rain. So Highway 36, you guys definitely are seeing some heavy rain. So 156th Street and Highway 36, right in the dead of Bennington. Definitely some heavy rain out there. Just a little bit of steady rain down in Gretna, Springfield, maybe a little bit heavier rain down in Springfield. Louisville, a little bit heavier, little shower just went through. And so that's just kind of went through right now. Let's go back and let's take a look at still to kind of the come out west. So, a couple of showers out toward York, Aurora, let's see, Geneva, Sutton, Friend, you know, we're still all right. So we do have another tornado warning. Let's check out this one. See where this one is. I don't know which Illinois one this is. All right, so this is actually just yeah. These radars never want to pick this up. All right. So definitely, even just by looking at this down here, it could be rain wrap, but that in there, it's probably the rotation. So we'll take a quick peek. So yeah, definitely exactly where I had put it. Definitely a little bit of rotation um, in this area. So take a quick peek. So I assume this is probably heading like where the polygon southeast. Basically dead exactly where I had it. So rotation right there. So this will be for still for Princeton, New Junction. So this is still in Illinois. So I give you guys a little. So this will be south of Sterling, Illinois, Dixon, Illinois, uh, Davenport's to your west. So just in reference, kind of to the east of Davenport. So this one will be still radar indicated up to quarter size hail. See how fast this one's moving. So moving southeast at 20. If you know anybody in Illinois, roughly in this location, all right. So they let that one expire, um, which they should, because that rotation is actually down in here. So basically almost dead on where I had that. So that would be where the rotation would be in this system. We'll go back a couple of frames. We'll watch this kind of form back up. So it's nothing strong, but definitely right in this area right here. So you have the greens that are going toward the radar, red that's going away from the radar. All right, so you guys just saw the next radar view coming in. So now your rotation is just outside of Princeton. So if you are in Princeton in Illinois, I would be in your safe spot at this time. Just radar indicated, little bit of rotation with this cell. I would definitely be in your safe spot, lowest level of your home, interior part of your home if you don't have a basement. Um, so we'll go back to reflectivity. You take away the circle. So if you're in Princeton, it's probably just off to your west of Princeton, probably moving to the southeast. The rotation is down over here. So still, if you're in the area of this warning, definitely seek shelter. It's not strong rotation, but it's definitely some rotation in this cell. We'll go back a couple of frames and we'll kind of take a peek. So yeah, so it's not a huge hook echo, but it's definitely, so basically what it is storms that are coming down from this way and then a little inflow notch there. So in here be your circulation. So if I do that and go back to velocities, I'm a little off, but it's not bad. So it would be just off to the southwest of Winston. All right, let's go back to Omaha. Right, still a severe thunderstorm warning for just to the east of Missouri Valley, for Mo Valley in Iowa, Logan, Shelby in Iowa. You guys are in this severe thunderstorm warning. Have a pretty good cell that's moving through, probably penny size hail. We'll take a quick peek at the hail pour on this. So a little bit. So just to the east of Logan, have probably penny size hail. That's adding up, pretty good. So actually that pretty exploded. So it went from really maybe a pea-sized hail to definitely penny-sized hail. So yeah, definitely some hail in this location. So definitely, if you're in Harlan, I'd get your vehicles in now. If you know anybody in Harlan or even Avoca, um, definitely let them know that this is definitely heading their way. All right, let's go back down. Not really a whole lot, just a little bit of heavier rain to the east of Elkhorn now. This is West Maple, probably shooting down Maple. All right, so it definitely is going northeast. You just saw the latest live radar scan come in. So Briggs, you guys are in the line of this. Irvington, you guys will see some pretty heavy rains. It's like a little bit of a light shower coming into Sarpy County. Probably it's trust me, it's nothing big. All right, let's take another quick peek at the models. We'll see if any updated models have come in. All right, so this is what they're saying for 10. That was kind of the cell that moved in through Douglas County right now. So, pretty accurate. It kind of diminished, right there. So we're looking at 11 o'clock here, but we'll speed it up. It's, yeah, 10, roughly 10:20. So that's roughly about the 10:20 scan. Um, we'll go on. There's midnight, 2 a.m., 3 into 5. No, they said storms may start to fire again. If you notice right in the Norfolk region again, they just get pounded up there uh, with storms. But anyway, so that's roughly 11 a.m. They haven't really gone past noon, so I don't have any more for you. So that kind of really after this like passes through, there's I don't see really anything else for us until like tomorrow morning, and you know I don't think it's severe. Um, one page I haven't tried yet that I will try with you guys is let me go to my extended forecast map. Um, you know what? We're gonna try it out. Let me All right, so let's try this out. So this is will be the latest forecast map. Um, all right, if you guys can see up here in the screen, so this is seventh month. So 11 is tomorrow. So this is all in Zulu time. So in Zulu time, it's actually going to reflect on tomorrow. So this is what, July 11th, 25. So this is kind of what's going to go on tomorrow morning. So a couple of storms off to the north. So those will kind of roll through tomorrow afternoon, clear out tomorrow. All right, so storms start to fire from Omaha into northern Illinois on the 12th. It looks like a little bit of formation in western Nebraska, still the 12th evening. Really pretty cleared out there. Storms down in Oklahoma on the 13th. So this is roughly about 6 o'clock in the morning. So Oklahoma storms. Sorry, let me get back to where it was. Right. So here's the 15th. So we have North Dakota, some storms up in North Dakota going into Minnesota on the 15th. So 15th afternoon, northern Minnesota. Probably some pretty severe weather up there. So Nebraska's still pretty clear. So once again, Minnesota on the 16th. So basically the 15th right there, then basically then the overnight and then back to the 16th in the afternoon. So if you're in Minnesota, definitely be weather aware the 15th, 16th. So now this is where I will be completely honest with you. I really don't trust this because this is just a future map. I'm probably one of the few people who will actually say that, anything over 4 to 5 days is going to change. So we can still look at what they're predicting. So maybe in Nebraska on the 17th, still over through, um, down Lincoln, maybe through Omaha up toward Des Moines, a line of thunderstorms. Now, do I really think this is going to happen? I don't know. We could. So it's just kind of a forecast model going out. So high pressure builds in. It looks absolutely gorgeous on 17th, 18th. High pressure basically dominates everywhere into Iowa. So Nebraska, South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, high pressure really takes over. In this location, you can definitely see there is nothing there. All right, so that's the 19th. We'll go on to the 20th. Looks like, could be active in Iowa. Like I said, I would take this with a grain of salt because I'm sure this will change 10 times. So this is saying activity in northeast Nebraska on the 23rd. We'll see. And then it kind of rounds out to where are we? This is the 26th. So yeah. So this is kind of going in reverse. You can kind of see, the activities that going on. We're going backwards. So 14, 13. So really after tonight, we could be looking at pretty dry weather moving in. Poke myself in the eye. All right. So thanks for bearing with me on that one. We'll put that one back. We'll go back to radar. Man, I really stuck my eye. All right. So some pretty cool clouds in there still. All right, so we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of the one that we already had. So once again, when I said, if you know anybody in Harlan and Avoca, I kind of knew this was kind of heading their way. So plenty of heads up. They're still looking at penny-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So this will expire in an hour and 3 minutes. So either this really slowed down. So this is moving east at 30. So they say an hour and 3 minutes, but it'll definitely get through here sooner. Do a little animation of this. So definitely moving into Shelby, Iowa, just to the west of Harlan. You guys are probably definitely seeing some lightning in these areas. Right. Um, Still some, lower level clouds out there, but truthfully, I think for the most part for Douglas County, I mean, downtown Omaha, seeing a little bit moderate heavy rain in downtown. Um, Bridges, Irvington just kind of moved through you, DeBolt. So it's going to be moving out of Douglas County and probably getting into Potawatomi County in Iowa. So this cell will probably go back through Mo Valley and up to Logan. So once again, you guys will see heavier rain. Um, we really didn't get a lot. Let's see. I'm just kind of curious. I know it's not much. So this is kind of a rain scale um, for kind of what we already got. So Western, we really don't believe. Okay, this is from yesterday until today too. Some locations picked up over an inch, which I had saw on Facebook earlier that people were reporting back in. So if we go over toward Bennington and Irvington, so inch and a half, inch and 3/4 in a lot of places. Omaha, this is kind of downtown Omaha is where you're seeing now. Probably in the last 24, close to 2 inches of rain. So we go up where I was talking about up toward Norfolk. So they've had over 3 inches. Let's see, up toward Wayne, 4 inches. Neely, you know, 4 inches. Let's go down toward Grand Island. So just to the north, west of Grand Island. Boy, we're pushing 4.5 inches out there. So that's kind of crazy. But anyway, so just kind of, estimates on radar west of Columbus, 2 inches. York, 3.5 inches. So yeah, definitely a little bit of rain. All right. Storm Lake, Iowa. Yeah, you guys are seeing pretty heavy to moderate rain. Ida Grove, Sac City, Lakeview. You guys are all seeing some pretty good rain up there. So back in Nebraska, West Point, Oakland, just north of Scribner. You guys probably have a little hail in that cell right there. Sure enough. So this might go severe warned, just to the south of West Point, probably heading up toward Oakland. See how fast that developed. So that went from nothing really in Dodge to, yeah. So we might see a warning on this for penny to quarter size hail. I think it's just a matter of time before they do something with this one. So we'll wait and see. We'll see if they do. And there's some pretty good hail heading toward Oakland. So if you're south of West Point and in Oakland, Lions, you guys could get some pretty good hail in there. Hey, you guys can see it's really not much is going on back toward, let's see, little storm, um, Kennesaw, south of Kearney, Minden, Hastings, you know, probably seen a little bit of thunder and lightning out there. Well, you can't see thunder, but you can sure hear it. Woodridge, you guys saw a huge hail core coming in there earlier. You guys had at least ping pong size hail. So kind of wondering what damage report is. You know what? I kind of have. Let's see. Mm, tornado wind, hail. So honestly, I've never used this one before. So all right. So here's a hail report in Wilcox, Nebraska. So County Kearney. So 1 inch size hail. So they're looking at, so train spotters were in Kearney. So they got quarter size hail over there. Um, well, let's see if we can find any more locations. There's not that many locations. Nobody really reported in. I'm really surprised. Really, nobody reported in. So there was a train spotter here, basically to the south of Kearney. Once again, 1 inch size hail in Wilcox, Nebraska. County is Kearney, and this was by a train weather spotter. All right. I see 7 of you guys on. Appreciate you guys staying with me. It's starting to really ease up now. I think for the most part, really the severe weather in Nebraska's gone. So we could take a quick peek at tomorrow's day two tomorrow. So this is the outlook for tomorrow. So Lincoln, Omaha, Grand Island, North Platte, we're all in the marginal risk. So they actually updated this. So we were in slight risk. Now they've taken us out. I think, you know, more of everything has shifted um, to the east, southeast. So anywhere from Topeka, Kansas, Oklahoma City, Burlington, into Illinois, Rockford, Chicago, going into um, Michigan, Detroit, in there. So you guys are in the slight risk. So they've definitely updated this. So not really seeing, uh, not really seeing a lot of in severe weather for eastern Nebraska for tomorrow. Do a quick day three outlook. We'll see where. So day three outlook, very minimal in Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri. You know, you have the marginal risk here in the light degree. So slight risk. You're looking at Michigan, Lansing, Detroit. So you guys have a slight risk up there. You know, back we'll kind of look at a wider screen. So this is a day three outlook. So slight risk up here, marginal here, very, very minimal slight risk everywhere else. So maybe your pop-up variety thunderstorms. Okay, let's take a quick peek back at this tornado warning. They've really condensed this down, so this is like really small. So still radar indicated 21 more minutes. Let's see if we can even see anything. A little bit of rotation here. You know, even if there was, this it would be a total rain wrap tornado. So if I was actually to kind of draw this, you can kind of see the inflow notch here. I'm sure this is updated. So wind's going down. So in here would be your rotation. Um, so the latest scan will probably put it down there. So definitely here is your rotation. This is in Illinois. So Hennepin, am I saying that right? Hennepin. Um, it is just to your west of this tornado warning. So roughly, oh, what did I say? Another 20 minutes, 19 minutes. So if you're in this warning, still seek shelter. Definitely nothing on the ground. Very weak rotation. We have roughly about 20 miles an hour winds going away and 22. So you got, a gate to gate of roughly 44 miles an hour, 42 miles an hour. So there's definitely rotation there. All right, so here's our latest scan. So basic 9 miles an hour, 11 miles an hour, and 17. So that definitely just dropped, from gate to gate. So definitely week rotation. Right. So glad to see everybody's still here. If you are new to the channel, like and subscribe. Glad to see you here. You want to shoot me a message on chat, you know, go ahead. Definitely free of charge. I'm not anywhere close to that 1,000 subscribers to do super chats or anything. So yeah. Only thing that we have, right now is Venmo and PayPal. And like I said, even that's just it's always donation voluntary. Even just subscribing to the channel is awesome. So appreciate you guys. It looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Cambridge in Illinois. So Alpha, you guys are in this Galva. So we actually have a tornado possible label on this. So we'll check this out. We'll see where. Hello from Columbia, Missouri. All right, so we'll look at it quick. We'll see where. All right, so we do have a little bit of rotation down in this area. So just south of Alpha, um, it is, minor. All right, so I can't zoom in if. So this is, just a possible tornado signature label, just probably because of this. So 30 mile an hour away, 11 toward. So it is very, weak rotation. Well, glad you guys made it safe to Columbia. Glad you guys made it to the hotel. I don't know if you guys are still on here or not. All right, let's go back to so once again, this is a actually they just all right. They just updated it. They took off the tornado possible late label signature on this. I didn't really see it when I was looking. I mean, there was yeah, it's not really even it would be right there, but very, very weak. Nothing to even talk about. All right, let's go back to so is everybody in chat? Is everybody from the Omaha area? Um, if not, give me kind of a city that you live in. We'll check it out. So we'll go back to Missouri Valley area. So Harlan. So you guys, Harlan, Shelby, Avoca, you guys are still in the severe thunderstorm warning. This has actually gotten a little stronger in here. Uh, Probably some good sized hail. That's could be a pretty good line of hail. Yeah, I would say that's pretty good. So they're saying quarter size hail, but let's look at so in between Harlan and Avoca, you guys are definitely seeing some pretty good hail in there. All right, so just as I was kind of saying, new severe thunderstorm warning just came out Atlantic and Audubon. So you guys are now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Kind of figured they have, I don't know, they have quarter size on this, but I think it's actually bigger than quarter size. Let's take a quick, man, look at that. So that's the latest scan on this hail core. Once again, if you know anybody at Harlan, Avoca, even Atlantic or Audubon, I would let them know if they need to put their vehicles in the garage. Um, they need to do it like now. Yeah, this is pretty good sized hail out here. So still a little bit of hail just to the south of West Point, north of Scribner. Not as big as this stuff. Man, that's pretty big. Let's look at the cloud tops because that will definitely tell me what size hail this is. All right, so we're looking at close to 70,000 feet here. This hail core is roughly going on almost ping pong size hail. So we are definitely above quarter size hail. Here comes the latest radar scan. Um, we're still at 67,000 feet right here, cloud tops. So we're pushing, you know, above quarter, maybe right below golf ball, ping pong size hail. Uh, there's definitely some updrafts in this cell. So they should update this. We'll see if they do update this. They're still saying quarter size hail, but I'll be honest, I say something different. Right there, 70,000 feet. There's some huge updrafts in there, and I guarantee there is bigger than quarter size hail where this purple is. So once again, if you know anybody in Audubon, Elk Horn in Iowa, uh, Kimballton, let them know that this cell is actually heading their way. We'll come back there in a couple minutes and we'll see if there's a higher hill core on this one or what they're actually saying. Man, tons of lightning out there. We're actually getting a little bit more lightning to our west. There's some pretty wicked clouds out there. I mean, really, if the atmosphere was right, the wind conditions were right, and these clouds would be pretty scary. I'm just kind of looking at that the lower white one in there, almost like bright white. And some pretty cool lightning still in these. I'll keep it in that direction. Once again, want to thank everybody. If you're new to the channel, like and subscribe. I try to come on here often. If there's weather events going on, I'm going to try to broadcast a lot more live. So I got to work around my actual work schedule and kind of do this at the same time. So I don't do it full time like some of those other guys. Um, Right now, I can't afford that. So someday, hopefully, I'll be as big as them. And hey, we can only hope and dream. So we got to start somewhere, and let's start right here. And um, yeah, we'll move forward and let's grow this channel. So yeah, your support is much appreciated. So like and subscribe. I'd appreciate it. And definitely some wicked lightning out there. Let's there's really nothing on radar to really show. Let's here what we'll do is we'll switch back to this one for a little bit. We're actually shooting from here. We are looking west, southwest. So we're in western Douglas County for you that are kind of just joining us. We're in western Douglas County, kind of shooting out toward uh probably Saunders County, southern Saunders into northern Lancaster, down toward Lincoln. So a little bit of those storms working their, you know, way to the northwest. So we'll probably get a couple of good lightning shows here as they move in. Probably some pretty cool lightning. We might just pan off to the north really quick. We'll take a quick peek up there and that's not all the way to the north. That's basically northwest. So that would be looking up toward like maybe the Fremont area. Still some pretty cool lightning. Nothing really cloud to ground. It's just all cloud to cloud. But you can see those clouds moving, from north to south. Definitely some pretty cool under different conditions, this would be these lower level of the clouds, pretty pretty scary. But there's no rotation. Heck, there's not even really any moisture in these. No rain. Basically, basically just a lot of lightning. So you guys probably don't want to watch lightning all night long, unless you do. If you like the lightning, hey, give it a W, and I'll stay here. If not, I will keep it kind of on this view. Um, we'll kind of go back to radar scan. Well, once again, even though this says we're looking southwest, we are not looking southwest. We're looking northwest. All these cloud, these are, pretty cool lightning show out there. It's not even loud. Of course, it's not loud here. If you're getting thunder wherever, where you are, let me know. Because in western Douglas County, a lot of lightning, but absolutely no thunder whatsoever. All right, let's go back to that. All right, well, you know, they did up it to 70-mile-an-hour winds with considerable damage if you are in the path of this cell. So they still have it labeled as quarter size hail. Um, unless those cloud tops came down a little bit, I think it's a little bit bigger than quarter size. Thanks for keeping us informed tonight. Good night, Steve. Nancy, you also have a great night. I hope too that you subscribed. Next time I'm on, hopefully you'll pop on. I so appreciate you and your support for the channel. You guys have a good rest of your night too. So they still have it labeled as, quarter size hail, 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable damage. So they did up it a little bit, but I'm telling you, in this cell just to the southeast of Harlan, man, I just don't understand why they're not like upgrading this. So if you know anybody, once again, in Audubon, Atlantic, it could go right in between them. Um, yeah, it's crazy. And when you see hail cores like this, I mean, it's definitely bigger than quarter size hail. So just kind of waiting to see if they do upgrade this. I mean, they did for 70-mile-an-hour winds, but that's definitely for, you know, this line right in here. Definitely starting to bow out a little bit. So when you have a bow out in the storms, definitely some gusty winds. So Atlantic, you guys may be seeing some strong winds coming through. We'll take a quick peek. All right. So I was just talking about Atlantic. So let's take a quick peek at, all right, so 55, 53. All right. So regardless, this is where I was saying that it was starting to bow out a little bit. So we're still getting, upper 50-mile-an-hour, maybe 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. On, not so much in there, but definitely down. So they might have had a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust in here. I'm just really picking up in the 50s, maybe right at about 60 mile an hour. So definitely, you know, this area, oops. So definitely in this area right here, could see gusty winds if you're in Atlantic, um, Iowa. Just be prepared for gusty winds and a lot of rain just off to your guys' north. You'll see a lot of rain, but this hail core right in there. Actually, you know what? Let's take a peek. Right. So the cloud tops have dropped down, so this does look like quarter size hail now. So cloud tops are 60, 64,000. So yeah, it's definitely come down from the 70 that it was. So definitely probably quarter size hail, just to the south of Harlan. There's the upgraded. So yeah, it does not look as impressive. Still probably a big hail core, but it's probably coming down as it's pushing to the east. All right, we'll take a look one more time. So Douglas County, still, now you have another cell that's pushing by. So this is West Maple, Blondo. Hey, what's going on? Good to see ya. Carla, Carla, Carla. You guys just getting home? It's 11 o'clock. So Blondo, so probably 132nd, 120th, and Blondo, seeing some pretty heavy rain. For Bennington again, Irvington, you're in this area too. Ida Street, Irvington, you're more over here, so it'll be coming in your direction. But so no tornado warnings anymore. So we had a couple of tornado warnings, one in Iowa and a couple in Illinois. They were all radar indicated. Nothing strong rotation whatsoever. We'll take a peek down toward, all right, Minden. You guys have a cell going through Hastings. This is all really just light rain. You know that's not. I'm gonna take a quick peek at the hail coming through. Right. So we went from no hail, Douglas County, to possibly pea-sized hail. Yeah. Thanks, appreciate you. All right, so severe thunderstorm warning issued Potawatomi, Cass, and Shelby counties in Iowa. I think we were just talking, yeah. So they're just coming out with this. I gave you guys a heads up a long time ago on this one. But anyway, so a little bit of hail coming into just to the west side of Elkhorn. This is Dodge. So roughly 168th in Dodge. Actually 168th in Blondo. Probably getting pea-sized hail in there. If you guys are off of Dodge or West Maple area, if you guys are in the path of this, um, yeah, definitely give me a shout out. Let me know if you guys are getting any hail. All right, we'll go back to radar really quick. You know what? Let's take a peek outside. We'll see. Well, there's still like massive amounts of lightning, just crazy. And so we're gonna head back. We're gonna swing back down to the southwest, like I had put up there. So we're looking. Adam, what's going on, buddy? The rain is picking up at 180th and Harrison. Is it? Let's take a quick peek. So actually, yeah. You know what? Look at that. It'd be like right over your house, Adam. Adam, you know Carla. Carla, you know Adam. So both of you, thanks for tuning in. Seriously, that means a lot. Thanks for supporting the channel. Um, all right, Adam. Let me see. There's Harrison, 100 and let me see, where are we? All right, so 180th down in this area. Let me scoot that over a little bit for you. So yeah, definitely, have a report. Rain's picking up a little bit heavier, 180th and Harrison. So probably experience. We'll go back a couple of frames. Actually, yeah, actually that kind of just blew up right over you guys. So back here was nothing. We might be actually getting. All right, we're gonna pan down on the camera. Okay, so this is what it is at my place. So if you guys can see that, it is literally, I know, Big Kahuna. It is actually crazy lightning. Uh, it just has not stopped. But I think the neighbors would be pretty ticked off if I cut down this tree, but he's kind of blocking my way. But you can kind of see over here, there's a light over here, and it is legit, you know, pouring right now. So this is an angle from here. What about Elkhorn? Let's take a quick peek at Elkhorn. All right, so Adam, good to go. Thanks for the report. Appreciate it. We'll head back toward. Let me get this off. All right, we'll zoom back out. Elkhorn, nothing really. Off of West Maple, 200. What is this? 192nd? No, this is Highway 6. So 204th and Maple. A little shower going through. Um, you know, down toward West Center. So yeah, actually, I just had that. Uh, so here's the latest radar scan. All right, well, it did go through. Trust me. We'll back this up just a little bit so you guys can actually see. So we went from like nothing, little bit in Sarpy County right there, to where Adam lives, uh, right over getting over 180th and Harrison, to basically Harrison going down. So where are we? 132nd in Harrison, that's Millard Avenue, 144th. Yeah. So if you're definitely in the Millard range area, 132nd and Harrison, definitely seen some heavy rain. But Elkhorn right now, I mean, you're pretty good. Unless one of these pop-up showers, like this one's on a. So we'll have to keep an eye on this cell right here, this little yellow one. I mean, that's where it has to start. So if you look at this one going back, all right, that's where it started from. And then bam. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one right here just to kind of see what that does. All right, so just like that, my rainfall's done. Adam, yours is probably done. Anybody on what is it, center? Yeah. Center, Millard, you guys are still, heavy rains. Waiting for the new scan to come in. It hasn't come in yet. All this I know has shifted more to the northeast. So we're just kind of waiting. Absolutely. Glad you could join us tonight. Seriously. This is what I do. This is what I like to do. This is what I love to do. So yeah. I had Adam on here, I had Carla on here, and I'm just waiting for Shabana to show up. Wouldn't that be funny if she was on and she just hasn't said anything? Oh. Yeah, it did lighten up. So it's definitely, let me see. Are you? Yeah. Adam, you're over here and so forth. No hail from these storm cells in Omaha. There wasn't. Now there was one up here, just to the east of Bennington that did have just like maybe pea-size hail, but it was not big. Well, there's a little bit. So honestly, this was not here just a little bit ago, and I'll show you. So right there. So that's 2 frames. I just went back 2 frames, and that was the pea size that I was telling you about. Uh, Big Kahuna, this is for you. Yeah, it went from nothing to pea size to bam. You know, so I'm not saying this is huge hail. I'm saying this is could be because these cloud tops aren't this tall here. So maybe pea to marble at the biggest. Um, let's take a quick peek at. Yeah, so these cloud tops are only like 52,000 feet up, 57. So these are really only like PETA at most marble size hail moving through this area. Over here in northeast Douglas County, still 53, 56. This also is just basically maybe P to at most marble size hail. So nothing destructive. That is for sure. So these cloud tops here just aren't high enough to produce like monster quarter size, you know, ping pong size. Yeah, we don't have that here right now. So, and I don't see it happening either. So good question though. Thanks for asking. I always love looking up. So if people have questions, let me know. I love looking up and trying to see what I can see. Higher altitude, the clouds, the more chance of hail. Not really higher. Well, the higher altitude of clouds. So you're exactly right. So if these clouds were, or if this cell, let me try to find you an example. Um, we'll take this for an example. So if we're seeing purple on these clouds, I'll give you an example. So this cloud top on here is, well, okay, bad example. So if this was pushing like 68 to 70,000 feet cloud tops, that has a lot of updraft that can sustain and keep pushing that smaller hail back up, and then it'll form more ice, and then the updraft will take it back up, form bigger ice. That's where you get, yeah, that the higher the cloud tops, the more it can push that water droplet um, to the sky, the bigger your hail is going to be. So yeah, definitely good question. So your answer is yes, higher altitude in the clouds, bigger the hail. So when you just can't sustain, when you have lower cloud tops like these, 50,000, 51,000, there's just not a lot of updraft to sustain that. The hail gets peat and marble, and it's heavy enough to where it can actually drop down and, come to the ground without really causing any damage. But you get those, you know, 65, 70, 75,000 feet cloud tops, you can see 2 inch, the lime size hail, then you'll start getting blue. So instead of where these purples are, you'll start to get blue. When you get blue, that's not a good sign if you're underneath that blue cloud. That makes sense. Thank you for clarifying. Wasn't sure exactly what the altitude meant. So yeah, altitude is basically cloud top. The higher the cloud top, that's where uh, cl- uh, your supercell storms form. Uh, so higher the cloud top, yeah, bigger your hail. All right, once again, this is West Center, so we're probably approaching 132nd. This is the 680/80 split interchange. For you guys that are from Omaha, you know exactly where I'm talking about. 680/80 split. Um, Definitely seeing some heavy rain. West Center in the interstate. West Center and roughly, what is it, 121st? Okay, so I know where we are. So definitely 116th, 121st, 132nd down to 108th. So just kind of crossing the interstate down there. Uh, Arbor Street, definitely seen some heavy rain. So Industrial Road, so West Center, where it turns into Industrial Road. Sorry, let me put this on the screen. Industrial Road, where it turns into L Street, just kind of past you. So it's off to your north. Anything. So there you go. Latest radar scan just came in. So Pacific, 90th Pacific. Yeah. Approaching 90th West Dodge, one of the busiest intersections in Omaha. Yeah. 72nd Dodge down here. Methodist Hospital. You guys are seeing really heavy rains down at Methodist. Sleepy Hollow Boulevard. Definitely seeing some heavy rain. So yeah, this cell actually is kind of blew up out of nowhere. All right, let's put this camera back to where it's a little more interesting. The rain is done at my place, but man, the lightning is just it keeps going. And so we're looking more to the southwest on this. Let me let me kind of zoom out and me so zoom in. All right, let's take a look at where these cells are going. All right, so we definitely have more rain. moving kind of through the north side of Lincoln. This will come up north side of Waverly, north side of Ashland, once again, back into Sarpy and Douglas County. Looks like they put out a new warning. I must have missed it. All right, so the warning is actually for south of Atlantic now. Oh, they have a tornado label signature on this. Let's take a quick peek and mm, I don't know which actual one has the label because I don't see. All right. So we definitely have a little stronger winds. So it would be actually in here is where our rotation would be. So this is just to the east of Atlantic. So we're going to bring up wind speeds. That is pretty strong winds. All right. So we're looking at about 60-mile-an-hour winds in there. Let's see. So Griswold. If they have any labels, must have been up for a little while because I'm not really seeing strong. Right. So this probably a couple scans back. This is probably what they were seeing. So still, once again, just to the east of Atlantic. Yeah, that's probably what they were seeing. They were seeing this up there, and even a little rotation down in there. Then it kind of moved off. So I had no clue that they had put a symbol on there. So very, very weak, broad rotation. So once again, um, Audubon down toward Atlantic. Marine, hey, good to see you. Hey, Steve, great seeing you. Super strong winds in the Bennington. I've been actually covering Bennington for most of the night. So let's take a quick peek. I will come back to this one, but yeah, actually just to the southeast of Bennington. All right, so Big Kahuna, if you're actually still on, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Okay, so cloud tops are getting a little bigger. So let's see what these are. They're not too much bigger. So 63. All right, so 63,000 feet really. Let me see. Strong winds Bennington of this in Bellevue with some pretty heavy rain. It's let up a bit now. Thanks for explaining how hail. Yeah, no problem. There's a lot of people. Hail is yeah, kind of hard to understand if you don't know about it. Um, you know what? Let's take a quick peek down where you are. I'm glad you're popping in. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you. So we'll go down. So yeah, off at Bellevue is pretty clear right now. Um, we'll go back a couple of scans. So yeah, you had some little bit of rain earlier, and then yeah, pretty dry spot there. And so it could pick back up here in just a little bit. Nothing, yeah, nothing strong, nothing severe. Little bit of rain. We'll put this in motion. So yeah, so this could give you a little bit more steadier rain up toward Offutt, Bellevue area. So yeah, but yeah, I'm glad to explain stuff. A lot of people, yeah, they have questions, and if I know the answer, I'm not even going to pretend that if I don't know, I don't know. I'm not one of those people who pretend that they know. Um, but yeah, cloud tops are huge when it comes to amount of hail. So yeah, no problem. Glad you're joining us. So all right, so mainly the whole eastern part of Douglas County. Um, Actually, you know what? I totally misread your thing. So super strong winds at the beginning of this here in Bellevue. Some okay. I thought you were saying Bennington. Thanks so much for the infos for me, Steve. Absolutely. I appreciate you guys. Seriously. This makes it now that I'm starting to get a lot of, more chats, more people talking, and you guys are awesome. It makes it so much easier to do a live stream when people actually talk to you. In the very beginning, when I first started, I had nobody, and it was like I was talking to myself. You guys kind of know that feeling, just talking to yourself. So now I at least know I have a few people out there. But yeah, Big Kahuna, if you're signing off, hey, appreciate you. Can't wait to see you again. Have a good rest of your night. Really, nothing else. I mean, seriously, nothing. A ton of lightning, a little bit more rain. Looks like the rain is trying to get going, but let me switch radars. Yeah, it's just one of those things. I think the closer, I think the front is actually. If I would have to guess, I would say that there's some kind of front. Let's see, Big Kahuna. I'll be here for a while. I'll be keeping up with your updates. And the prune here, the area is 72nd and Dodge. Yeah, 70, actually, you guys just had, a little bit of rain. Let me look at something really quick, then I'll get back to your area down there. All right, let me look at something. Oops, not that. Right. So I was actually kind of right when I said, there's got to be something right into here up front. So we actually have a dry line. It's called a dry line. Um, Lack of moisture. Anything on this side, you are done for the night. You have nothing going on. So we have a low pressure system. Let me scoot it over. All right, my screen on my computer and my monitor screen are two different. So yeah, so we have a dry line setup here, low pressure system. We have basically a stationary front right here. Um, so storms usually are along and to the east of this front. So if you are on this side, you are good to go. You are okay for the night. You know, Still, if you're in this area, you know, still have some showers until this actually pushes through. So that's kind of what I wanted to look at to see if there was probably anything else forming out west, and really there isn't. So you guys can even kind of see where the radar even kind of picks it up right in there. Anything on that side, you're not going to see anything for the rest of the night. So you guys are pretty good. No more development. You know, Holdridge, Kearney, Grand Island, Columbus, anything to your, you know, north and west, you're not going to see anything. All right, let's go back down. Let's see. Big Kahuna's down 72nd Dodge area. So Cass. Where's Dodge? Here's Dodge. Dodge 60. This has got to be 70. Where's 72nd? This has got to be 72nd right here. Yeah, so here's Cass, here's 72nd. So, yeah. So 72nd Dodge, more lightened up now. Heaviest rain is pushed off to your east, northeast. I'll put it back a couple of frames for you. So, yeah, you know what? You had some pretty heavy rains there. Uh, Big. Seriously. You guys had one of the heavier. So when I was talking about, well, I was actually talking about Methodist down there, but yeah, actually right there, Methodist. You guys definitely had some good rain. Very light now. Yeah, I believe it. I'll wait for the latest scan to come in. Should be coming in any second, and once it does, this is probably pretty gone. Um, yeah, completely dry out here. Regency, 680/80 split, nothing going down the interstate, nothing. Sprinkles going down toward Gretna. Yeah, don't see anything. So, all right. Let me put it back a little bit for you guys. Let me put it in motion. You guys don't go anywhere. Let's see. Anything else still incoming in Omaha? Honestly, if it does, I'll back it out just a little bit. I don't think it's going to be anything. You see the cell, I won't even say cell. You see the rain just kind of to the north. And even then, you guys can kind of see it and then it kind of disappears. We may get some showers moving through, but more of this line seriously, this line as it comes through more, it's going to cut off the flow. So even Columbus, Stromsburg, Osceola, you guys are all good. Schuyler, Webster, as this front still pushes, more to the south, I think it's really, I mean, we may see a couple of showers, but nothing severe. Nothing, yeah, nothing like you actually just had a little while ago. I don't think there's anything like that. I would be really, yeah. I'll draw it kind of one more time, but you can kind of see anything to the northwest of that, to the north, you're done. Um, I see a lot of light. This is heading more to the east. Well, this is really light and dissipating as the closest to this line, it starts to dissipate. So, answer your question, I really don't see maybe a couple of sprinkles, and that's about it. Right. You guys don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Give me 30 seconds. Like I said, I have drank a ton of water today. Give me 2 seconds. All right, you guys. Let's take a look at that severe thunderstorm warning just over the border into Iowa. Atlantic, you are out of the warning now. So they still have a possible tornado label signature on this. Um, let the latest scan go through and we'll kind of check it out. All right, so you know what? Let me zoom in a little bit. A little bit of rotation in there. Nothing. Sounds like good news. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't see anything else. Um, so this has a possible tornado label signature on it. They're kind of looking at things like these. So, uh, when you see green pixels, that's winds going toward the radar. When you see red pixels, it's away from the radar. So what they're looking for is, I think this is still out of Omaha, I believe. Um, no, where is this out of? But anyway, it would be they're looking for reds and greens, kind of together. Really, that okay? Now that the latest scan, so what they're kind of looking for is kind of this rotation. Then you kind of have an inflow coming in with your winds. So kind of right in there. So if we would go back to velocities, that with the latest update, that's approximately where it is. But it's so broad, there's rotation there, so they'll put a tornado label on it, but nothing. All right. So if who was asking about that? Big Kahuna? I think that was you. All right. Let me uh, this is what I was talking about. If you're still here on blue, you don't want blue. So I'm gonna give you a prime indication. Marine. Hey, you can of course listen in on this one too. So let's look at the cloud tops on this. Well, okay, that's weird. Okay, right there. 83,000 feet. So this has so much updraft for this. So 83,000, 83, 76. All right. So this hail in here is pretty large. Let me see if they have what they have on here for a signature. Um, yeah, this penny size, let me tell you, is not penny size. We'll kind of go back a couple of scans. Maybe they just don't see it just yet. All right. So that is how fast that hail core. Um, all right, good. You're still here. So little weather 101. This is what I was talking about when I was like, you really don't want to be underneath the blue. So this blue is probably anywhere from I don't know golf ball to 2-inch size hail underneath here. So a couple scans ago, blue, man, it's just like sitting there too. And hopefully they'll update this. They'll see what I'm seeing and they will upgrade this because there's 75,000. So I had an 80 in there before, but still 75,000 feet cloud tops. has so much updraft to keep tossing that hail up in the air. Actually, let's go to the hail core really quick. We'll see what. So if I'm right, this will be really a white, almost probably gray looking signature. Oh, where are we? All right. So it is actually moved. So that cell is actually came up to here. Yeah. So that one that we were just talking about is right here, is that blue. So this in here is pretty big hail. Blue is not what you want to see if. All right. So see, now it's gone. Well, not really. So it's just to the west of Adair. So it's riding along 350th Street, probably moving into Adair. Actually, okay, it just kind of disappeared. So I'm sure this was pretty big hail right at that time. And then poof. So yeah, pretty interesting. Sometimes you just have to have an eye. So here's another cell right here. Oh, yeah. Is this East Central Iowa? It is. This is just across the border. Right. So you have, different shades of blue. We'll go to this really light blue, which is there. Right. 63,000. 67. All right. So this is in between 65 and 70,000 feet on this one too. So hail core. All right. So we do have a tornado warning. All right. So it's actually the cell that I was just telling everybody about, believe it or not. So I thought that there was this is where probably right in here is where we're going to be looking. So it actually just updated. Let's see. So I'll kind of just draw the picture. So this is where your inflow is coming in. And this is where your hook is coming down. So your tornado is going to be right there. So if you are in this tornado warning in central Guthrie Center, just to the south. All right, so a new radar scan actually just came in. This actually might be down in this location. This actually might be rain wrapped. So it would definitely be in here. So this is definitely moving to the east, northeast. So Linden, Redfield, if you guys are in the path of this, Panora, I think it'll pass to your south. But if you're in the path of this, I would definitely seek shelter. Um, it is broad rotation. It is rotation, broad rotation. Um, we're looking at kind of in this area down in here. It's got to be just radar indicated. I don't think. Yeah, it's just radar indicated. So there's rotation there. very broad rotation, but it is rotation. So just a guy, kind of give you an example. Let's see, Avoca, Shelby, Iowa. All right, so here's Omaha. Oh, you can't see. All right, so here's Omaha. So roughly, what's the distance? It's about 76 miles away to our northeast. Green said earlier, looks like that's very close to I-80. Uh, yeah, actually, I think you might have just said that. Yeah, it's definitely holding right, right past Adair, Stewart, Dexter. So it's definitely in that general vicinity. So once again, even from this, you're looking at kind of a classic hook echo. So definitely winds going down right in there would be where your tornado would be. And this is all moving to the northeast. So without all the arrows down there. So here comes a recent latest scan coming in. We'll wait for velocities to update. Right, so this radar site's coming out of Des Moines. Right, so it just updated, just really broad rotation. I really don't see, I see really gusty winds. So if we do wind speeds on this, I mean 63, almost 70 mile an hour. So definitely some extreme winds in this, very broad rotation. I mean, there's nothing when you see these gray, when the green and the red really aren't combined. I mean, there's really nothing touching in there. Um, so yeah, I don't see anything definitive. Very broad rotation in all of this. So new radar scan just came in. Once again, if you're new to the channel or just getting here, um, like and subscribe to the channel. We're here for a lot of weather issues, not just severe, but we do a lot of weather talk on here. So yeah, definitely like and subscribe, and hopefully we'll see you again. Thanks for the support. Thanks for at least clicking on the channel and you know doing that for me. Appreciate it. All right, so this is still the latest. Looking, you know, in here, really don't see a lot. And even if it's here, then we kind of just go back and look dry air. There's nothing in there. So where it's supposed to be, there's nothing there. So, and not saying to get out of cover, you're still in a tornado warning, seek shelter, lowest level of your home, interior room of your home or building. So this is for 22 more minutes. Maybe it'll last 22 more minutes. I don't know. All right, we'll head back to. I think that's actually the only tornado warning. So I'll let you guys kind of see this tornado warning. So indicated for in Iowa, radar indicated. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Moving on to the warning, same thing. We have one in Marshall, Illinois, severe thunderstorm warning. Everything Adair, Cass, Guthrie, Union, Dallas, Madison, all these counties in Iowa that are right here. Severe thunderstorm warning. Couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in Illinois. Um, yeah, so let's go back to Omaha. Guys, I think our cells are pretty much, our weather is pretty much gone. Uh, what I was telling earlier about the line, that line going like this, anything of that line, you guys are okay. There is nothing else coming. And even then, this is really pushing through really quick. Still a little bit of lightning out there, so I'm kind of surprised on that. Maybe it's this little bit that we're seeing right here. So what is this? Back to Harrison Street. So where Adam lives, he's probably gone to bed, but Adam's probably seen a little bit of rain. Um, yeah, here's Q Street, F Street, maybe a couple of showers moving through. Like I said, nothing come down here. We'll see which way these are kind of going. Yeah, these are moving more. Excuse me. Excuse me. So these are moving more east. As this line pushes through, everything's going to be pushing more east. Well, yeah, so we'll look at quick future cast one more time. We'll see if they've done anything to the models, which probably not. Well, actually, it's not done yet. So when you see the pink, it's they're basically updating it, the models, so kind of redoing it. So yeah. So for what I see, even here, I really don't even think this is going to be. I don't even think there'll be anything in the area around 2 a.m. Is it? Well, maybe. I guess it is midnight. So yeah, it could be here, and then everything's going to push off further to the east, southeast. When it comes to the storms. So we'll take another quick peek at the tornado warning. So 17 minutes. Take another. Still not seeing anything. Very broad rotation. All these pixels are away. We have, really gusty winds in this area. So, not saying that we definitely don't have gusty winds. We do. So, winds 60, 63, 63, 58, 60s. So definitely, I mean, we have gusty winds in here, but there's nothing. Here's a 70-mile-an-hour wind. Mm. We'll take a look at the rest of the storm. So they do have a tornado possible label on this. Let's see if we. So possible small rotation right here. A little bit of rotation. So once again, you kind of have your inflow coming in, look echo coming down, and would be your tighter rotation right there. So if I would take that off, put it on velocities as it updates, and it's gone. So that's kind of what they look for, just little rotation cells like that. So nothing there. They updated. Anything really there. So 15 minutes. These winds that are just to the west of Panora, these are some gusty winds. All right, so these are 85-mile-an-hour. That's crazy. 95, 4 mile an hour. Now, do I think it is 96 mile an hour? No. I think a good 80 mile an hour. This is pretty high in the upper levels, but 96, I think we could get a good 80 mile an hour out of this. Here's the latest radar scan. It was still an 87, 83, 87, 92. I think there's some gusty winds in here. I didn't see it being 92 mile an hour. What are they saying for 60? Okay. Well, I know it's greater than 60. I'll tell you that. Well, the winds in here and Nora, crazy. Mm. Those are some strong winds. It's definitely the strongest. All right. So getting a little bit better in there. So now we're seeing 60, 70. That's probably a quick, you know, downdraft burst. That's crazy. You know what? Exactly. That's kind of what I was just saying. So a microburst, that it's a quick, downburst of wind. I think that's probably what they saw because it was there and gone. But it's actually still kind of there in Panora. Um, yeah, crazy. So what is a microburst? Do you think that's why some of those wind speeds were so high? It's a good possibility. Let's back it up a few scans. Yeah, that's kind of crazy because it kind of just came out of nowhere. So right there, there was really well, there was strong winds there. So then the other radar. So this tells me it wasn't a microburst. The winds were further back to the west. We just, didn't recognize it so much. So even right back there, when it became a severe thunderstorm warning, this is probably what made it a warning. Were these winds right here? We just didn't really. So even these winds, I don't know if I can. So at this time, sure, they're clocking 98 miles an hour. It was not 98 miles an hour, more like in the 80s. All right, so I'm going to stop right there for a second. So a new severe thunderstorm warning just came out for this area. Hey, that's a pretty big polygon there. Holy criminy. That's pretty big. Uh yeah, that's huge. How many miles is that? You give me 2 seconds. Come on, Steve. Okay, so one to other. I mean, that's over a 50-mile polygon. That's crazy. That's a huge polygon. All right, so what that tells me is this is picking up. So when I saw those winds right there, so they pushed it clear out there. So this is going to pick up speed, and this is more going to be gusty winds coming through here. Sorry, I'm like off the screen. Sorry about that, you guys. So yeah, this is heading this way. I'm just kind of curious how fast this is actually moving. It's moving east at 40. They're saying 60-mile-an-hour gusty winds, radar indicated. Well, we kind of indicated a little bit faster, so yeah, it's kind of moving. Rudeness, cuteness. Me watching from Illinois because I'm visiting my family in eastern Iowa and freaking out. No, it's all good. Let me see. Watching from Illinois because I'm visiting my family in. Oh, you're from Illinois. Am I reading that right? You're from Illinois, but you're in eastern Iowa? Okay, I get you. Um, what town are you in Iowa? Where does your family live, or what town do they live in? So eastern Iowa. I guess it just depends on where you are. So if you give me the town, we'll kind of look up where you are. And actually, thanks for stopping in. Okay, so let me know what town in Iowa that you're visiting, and I'll kind of zoom in on it. Well, yeah, thanks for watching. So really, Eastern Iowa, I mean, let me get to the Davenport radar. So depends on, where you are. Eastern Iowa is pretty good. What town are you in? There's really barely anything. Yes, I'm by Granville. All right, so let's look up. I'm sorry, Grandview. My bad. All right, so yeah, you're in like the one spot. Let's see where you are. You know what? You're fine. All you're getting is probably some what thunder and lightning and heavy rain. We'll go back a couple of frames. We'll see. Yeah, you guys have actually had quite a bit of rain there. So we'll take a quick peek. Um, we'll see how much rain that you guys have had. We'll do the last. We'll do the last hour. Right. So we're looking at about 3/4 of an inch of rain. If this is kind of in the vicinity of where you are, um, all right, I do see Fruitland up there. So yeah, so 3/4, almost an inch. What's yellow? All right, so it actually kind of depends on where you are. I mean, they have close to inch and 3/4 just like in between. So there's a pretty big drop off in between. So 2 inches, then it drops off. So a grand view, I mean, you're at 3/4 of an inch. Fruitland depends on where you are, inch and a half. So yeah, you guys have had quite a bit of rain, really. Boy, up here, what is this? Well, that's almost 3 inches. So Conesville, that's probably you know may have heard it if you're visiting family. Anyway, it's off to the west of Fruitland. They've got almost 3 inches of rain. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. Once again, this is kind of what your radar looks like. So even if you're in between, you're probably heavy rain. But honestly, that's you're like in the only spot of eastern Iowa with anything. So yeah, hopefully that helped a little bit. You're fine. There's nothing severe out there. Um, just heavy rain. So enjoy it because some of us, we would love heavy rain. So once again, Rudeness, hey, thanks for hopefully you subscribe. Hopefully we see you on here again. Yes, I'm by yep, awesome. So hopefully that helped. So there's no don't freak out, nothing to freak out about. Really, it's just heavy rain. So nothing there. All right, cool. Once again, thanks for signing on. Hope you subscribe to the channel, give it that like, and yeah, with anybody, you just wherever you guys are. If you want me to look up the town that you're by, absolutely. I'll see. Because there's not really much going on. Okay, the tornado warning's gone, so there's absolutely nothing there anymore. I kind of figured. I kept saying it was like so broad rotation, there was nothing there. But let's see. Still a little bit of gusty winds going through up heading toward Des Moines. Um, let's see what we have. 72, so 72. So we won't get much tonight. You know what? After what you're getting, uh no, not really. They were very yeah, you're not going to get much more for the rest of the night. So after this rain moves through your area, you're pretty much done. just to the west of Des Moines, 72 mile an hour. Ah, so still some gusty winds along in this warning. You are clear, like really east Iowa. Kahuna, so much for this storm. Yeah, no kidding, right? I was actually looking forward to all day. They had us in, I think it even upgraded from a what 2% to a 5% chance of tornadoes. We got in that tornado watch. Um, well, bigger size hail, which they did have some pretty big hail out there. I'll give them that. Gusty winds. I kind of thought we would have saw more action, here in the Omaha Metro tonight, but it didn't pan out. We had a ton of storm chasers. I think we had roughly one, two, three, four, five storm chasers. You know, basically from over here. I saw them in the Hastings, York, going up Grand Island, Columbus. We had main storm chasers out here. We had Freddie McKinney. We had Tornado Pagey. Um, who else did we have? We had a few others that were out here, and they kind of thought the same thing. So much for the storms through Nebraska, Iowa. Going to be hit super hard, but not as hard as media thought. Yeah, exactly. That's where I kind of, I was looking at the latest models too, even the latest models, what, even the main meteorologists go off of. I I actually pay monthly for kind of the same things that they look at. I just do it on my own personal. So I saw the same thing. I mean, the ingredients were there for, you know, could have been, it was a small chance of tornadoes, but I would have thought we'd at least seen like one or two. Yeah, we didn't see anything. And I think honestly, uh, one of my aunts is in Muscat, anything over there tonight. You know what? I will look for you, rudeness. Give me 2 seconds. Um, what was I saying? Oh, I think a lot that had to do with it was we did get the clearing earlier today, and it got hotter and humid. Um, but I think that cut out a lot of the severe weather. I don't. So that rain that we got roughly about noon, 1, 2 o'clock here in Omaha, just that shower, that was supposed to come in around 10, 11 o'clock, and then push out, clear out, destabilize, the atmosphere around here. And I think things would have really gotten going if that rain didn't come in so late. That's what I'm pushing it off as. Um, but I mean, it did clear out. We saw blue sky, and I think it hit a high of what was it? I don't know, like 88. Um, yeah, it got humid, but we'll see. All right, rudeness. Let me see. Let me SCATINE. Would that also be in Iowa? I assume one of my aunts is in was in thing. Okay. Yeah. So I assume that's in Iowa. Oh, that's kind of over by the hospital over there. You know what? Bring up Davenport radar. All right. So as soon as we know where it is, you know what? She's like just north of you. I think all these cells. So she is here, and we'll put that middle of the screen. We'll kind of do a couple of scans. You can kind of see. So she might have got some showers earlier, but we'll push it ahead. So yeah, this is right now. So your aunt is actually clear right now. So wherever she is, I mean, there may be sprinkle right here, but there should be nothing else really forming. So for this part of Iowa, let's just do a future. We'll see how updated they have this yet. All right, so it's pretty good. So this is kind of right now, kind of where you are. So this is midnight. So we'll push. Right, come on. Right. So this is right now. So this was at midnight. It's 12:19 now. So this is kind of what is going through your area now. So it pushes out. You guys could get a early wake up call. 6, 7 a.m. A little bit of rain. Nothing severe. This is just heavy rain and pushes out. Tomorrow 9 a.m. You're fine. 10 a.m. You guys are clear. Storms will refire back in central Iowa tomorrow lunchtime ish. I don't know. These could push further eastward. Um, so this is 2 p.m. If this really gets going, I'll jump on live. And since I know you're kind of out there, if you jump on, you know, I'll keep an eye on this for tomorrow for you. But for the rest of the night tonight, you're good. There's 2, there's 3 in the morning, there's 5 a.m. So she could get an early wake up call and 7. So yeah, we'll so hopefully that helps out a little bit. Nothing severe. This will just be heavy rain right here moving through. And I think even where you are, let me see, where were you again? So you're down here. So there's Fruitland and Grand. So let's kind of back this up a little bit. So midnight. So the first thing you could probably see is maybe about 6 o'clock in the morning, 7. So you guys are going to be good the rest of the night. Okay. So hopefully that helped you out a little bit. So after this, you'll be fine. All right. All right. Thank you. They said it was supposed to be pretty really here Friday night. Well, what is tomorrow? So tomorrow or today is Friday, so it could. So there was actually a severe line starting to form in central Iowa there. My scan just doesn't go out that far right now, so it'll be better in the morning. So I will probably go on, depends on what it looks like, maybe around noon. Um, I could spend a few hours on here. I have to go to work for a few hours tomorrow evening, but if it really gets active tomorrow night, you have no worries. Subscribe. I'll be on tomorrow after work, which I don't know. It's a Friday night, so probably 8:15. I'll be back here to get back on the computer. So yeah, just stay tuned and um yeah, I'll keep you posted. No worries. All right, we'll go back to Omaha really quick. Hey, you too. Are you leaving for the night? Going to bed? If so, have a good night and we'll definitely see you later on. All right, we'll take a quick peek. Well, for the most part, Omaha, you're pretty done. Sarpy, Lancaster, York, you have a few showers down toward York. Hastings, just off to your south. Hey, Rudeness, have a good night. You stay safe too, and hopefully we'll see you back here tomorrow. I should, like I said, I should be on. Um, hit that bell icon when you subscribe, and it should give you a notification when I sign on. So, all right, we will see you guys tomorrow. Good night, hun. So storms just south of Hastings. This is really going to stay on a east course. Put it into motion. Yeah, it's kind of dissipating as a little northeast motion on the York, but honestly, it's just rain. So nothing there. Did they just issue? Let me see. We have two severe thunderstorms. Okay, so we have another. Actually, it's not new. Severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois, just to the west of Reading. Oh, yeah, look at that. Never mind. Well, now we're down to the one, and that is strictly into Iowa. Mm. Right. Everybody who's still tuning in, hey, appreciate it. I'm Steve. Welcome to my channel. Yeah, subscribe. We're just kind of sitting here. We thought it was going to be a more active night tonight in, Nebraska, Omaha area, eastern Nebraska, but yeah, and even northern Nebraska, north central, we had a tornado watch out. Was supposed to go until 10 o'clock tonight. They really ended up switching it to a severe thunderstorm watch. We hardly got any warnings, so yeah, it turned out to be kind of a bummer night. Still some pretty good storms up to the north. So kind of a line from uh, Tyndall, South Dakota, Yankton, Vermilion, Elk Point, Sioux City, down the Missouri River, probably Missouri Valley should be in here. So down to Mo Valley. Here's Missouri Valley down here. So Logan back toward Omaha, but everything's on the really the east part of the river. So Iowa, extreme northeastern Nebraska, moving out. We'll put all this into motion. Looks like they're getting pretty heavy rain up here. Anyway, if you're new to the channel, like, subscribe, hit the like button. Appreciate it. Hit the bell icon. Every time I go on, you'll be notified. There's a lot of times that my channel will go on, but I'll just have up live radar and my live skycam up. So there'll be times that I won't be actually on, but I'll definitely you know, if there's a need be for the radar, I'll always have it up for the troubled areas. We'll go back to this cell just to the west of Des Moines. They had really gusty winds there earlier. So still reaching, around, 50, 60 miles an hour just to the west side. So we're looking at lower 50s. So not as strong as they were. I mean, we were seeing wind gusts upwards of 80 miles an hour out here. Um, so yeah, substantially less winds out here now. It was crazy. I'll kind of put it back here, a couple scans back. I think it was right here. I mean, we were reaching 85. I mean, it was crazy. So if you were here earlier, so there was a 98 mile an hour wind, but there was not a 98 mile an hour wind. So this is in the upper levels. So it was probably reaching a good 80 mile an hour, but not 98. So this is where we are now. So Des Moines, you'll be seeing some strong winds here coming up. So we'll give you kind of a estimate. Let's see. So it's moving east at 40. It's not east. Need to learn to draw a line. All right. So we'll put it right through Des Moines. We'll go 40 mile an hour. West Des Moines in 12 minutes. Actual Des Moines in 25. So if you guys are in Campbell, 11 minutes. West Des Moines, 12. Uh, Ashua, 13. Windsor Heights, 17. So roughly a little over 500,000 people in this warning in Denver, in Des Moines. So and just expect strong initial winds coming through with this line. So hopefully you have weather where your weather radios should have went off. So you guys have been in the warning for a little bit. So they're calling for penny size hail up to 60 mile an hour winds, which right now is true. I didn't see anything greater than 60 mile an hour. Right. I keep forgetting that you guys can't really see this. I got to move it over. So once again, if you're in these towns, Campbell 10 minutes, West Des Moines 11 minutes, Windsor Heights 16, and actually in the heart of Des Moines, roughly 25 minutes. Expect gusty winds upward 60 mile an hour, probably marble size hail in these. So roughly 600,000 people in this area. So if you are definitely in Des Moines, keep an eye out. So it's going to be a really early morning wake up for you guys out there. So West Des Moines. So if you're along this line right here, so extremely gusty winds moving east at 40 miles an hour. So this is pretty fast moving storm. So when it's going to come in, it's going to come in pretty hard. Right? How's everybody doing tonight? I've got 11 of you on. Let's hear from you. Where are you guys from? You guys from Nebraska, Iowa. I got 12 of you on. You know, what's going on? If you're new to the channel, like, subscribe. I appreciate it. It helps the channel out, tremendously. I started with at the beginning of the day, I started with 80 subscribers. So I'm pretty new at this. So I started with 80 subscribers this morning, and I'll take a look tonight to see where I am. But yeah, hopefully I reach that 100 subscriber mark today. We've had quite a few people on, and yeah, it's good to hear from everybody. Thanks for supporting the channel. I appreciate you guys. So other than this one severe thunderstorm warning, there is really nothing going on. Let's get off of this radar site. Let's go kind of take a look around. We'll see what's going on in the rest of the country. All right, West Coast, absolutely nothing. So Mexico has some rain. We're looking at New Mexico, a couple of showers in the east part. Colorado, nothing good. Wyoming have one little cell on the south side of Gillette. Montana, good. North Dakota, little cell just to the southeast of Minot. So good there. South Dakota, for the most part, clear. Um, really, Nebraska, for the most part, other than a couple of showers and thunderstorms in the far northeast corner and to the southeast corner of South Dakota. For the most part, for the rest of here, it's good. Kansas, little North Kansas, couple of showers going through central Oklahoma, good. And believe it or not, for the most part, Texas, you're good. We'll go along the southern boundaries. Florida, good. North Carolina, you have a few showers to the east of Greenville, going up most. Yeah, we're good there. So going through Chicago and through Illinois, a couple of showers and thunderstorms. Kenosha, Wisconsin, going down into Chicago, Illinois, Joliet, not Juliet. Coming back around for just north side of Peoria, going back down to where we have a subscriber, Rudeness, who was just on here, down here in eastern Iowa, and then head back into central Iowa, where we have the one severe thunderstorm warning. So once again, gusty winds into Iowa. So yeah, that's a kind of a quick look of the United States. So not really much going on tonight, to be honest with you guys. So if you guys want to chat, you know, let's chat. Let's not make it boring. All right, we'll go back to the radar. We'll go out of Des Moines. We'll see where this is. All right, so definitely West Des Moines. It's moving in. Yep. So new radar scan West Des Moines. It's moving into your area. Grimes just off to your west. Urbandale just off to your west. West Des Moines, you're getting your initial wind gust in there now. Norwalk just off to your west. So yeah, probably a little bit more gustier winds. So you can kind of see how this is kind of bowing out just a little bit in there. So definitely going to be some gusty winds going into Des Moines. We're pretty close to the radar site, so we may not pick up the exact. Let's see if we have another. I don't think this will pick it up. All right, so seeing still 58-mile-an-hour wind gust. So this is will be to the northwest of Des Moines, but I know going down with this front, definitely seeing some gustier winds. All right, so definitely going into West Des Moines now. You guys are probably being woke up by some pretty gusty winds coming through. Des Moines, this is only a matter of minutes away from you. So this is actually going 30 miles an hour. Des Moines, you have 12 minutes, so expect really gusty winds. Roughly about 12 minutes. Des Moines Airport is also in the path of these gusty winds. You're looking at roughly about 500,000 people just in this little blue polygon going through Des Moines. So, you know, Windsor Heights, you got about 4 minutes. Actually, probably by now, you guys are getting pretty gusty winds. Okay, so we'll take a quick peek. Let's get the latest weather. So if anybody is here from Omaha still, um, peak down. So definitely still cloudy skies. So 67 degrees out. Uh, Dew point is 66. So yeah, so it's actually basically the same temperature. So feel like is 67. Temperature 67. Winds are out of the east, roughly about 5 mile an hour. And that is not how much rain we got. So we here at my house actually got 707 inch 0.07 here in western Douglas County. I know a lot more other people in Douglas County got a lot more rain, but yeah, it just didn't really hit here where I am. So yeah, so that's a quick little. So over a 24-hour period, uh, almost got a half inch of rain. Last night was pretty interesting, but a little shot over there. So yeah, nothing really happening. If I may. We'll point this more to the west. So if you're not from the Omaha area, so I'm from the Omaha area, and my camera is actually pointing toward Lake Lincoln. So we're going off to the west. So our county is Douglas County and kind of pointing to the west. Right. So Des Moines, so yeah, gusty winds going into Des Moines, probably wind gusts upwards of 60 mile an hour. Urbandale, you guys are seeing these. Des Moines, Norwalk, you guys are definitely seeing these. So, Uh, Altoona, you're in the next path of this. Sorry, I cannot read this right now. Too late at night. Winterset, you guys probably already had the gusty winds move through. So you guys are just getting heavy rain right now. But Pleasant Hill, you guys are in the path of this. West Des Moines, you guys are seeing the biggest part right now. Downtown Des Moines, I'll give it another just maybe 5 minutes. So this is really bowing out. So you guys, so Des Moines Airport, you guys are seeing the gusty winds right now. Des Moines, it's just a matter of just a couple of minutes, and you guys will be seeing these. Really, this is still the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have. I mean, we have one severe thunderstorm warning, and this is where it is. Polk, Madison, Dallas, and Warren counties in Iowa. So it covers, quite a bit, but there were really gusty winds, damaging winds here earlier. So here in a little bit, we'll see if we get any damage report coming out of here. We'll kind of let it go through and see what we see. Once again, if you guys are new, please uh, subscribe to the channel. Um, I'm trying to get to that 100 mark subscriber. I'm not sure what I'm at right now. I'm not even sure how to check it. Let me see. I'm actually not for sure how I can check it on screen. Anyway, so do me that favor and like and subscribe. Really appreciate it. Right. So these winds are pushing into Des Moines at this time. So if you are in Des Moines, you are definitely at least feeling or hearing the gusty winds roll through. These are actually pretty strong. This is really bowing out. really close to the radar site. 42. Oh, this is like really close. This is not 55. So this isn't pretty, it's pretty close to this radar site, so it's not picking up exact winds, but and believe me, this is definitely pushing through Des Moines. So 26 more minutes. Okay, so they did just condense it down. Stuart, you're not in it. Winter set, they took you out of it. So basically just the strong, you know, bow echo line right here. Here's a little gust front coming through here. If you're in Ankeny, you'll be getting this. Altoona, you're gonna get this. Liesel, you guys will be in the path of this. Pleasant Hill. Hanging out, Steve. It's beautiful out. I just looked at your channel timeline under it. The hashtag of subscribers shows 79. Kind of what I had before was in the 70s. I was kind of hoping it was. So hopefully after it updates, so maybe it hasn't updated completely yet because that's kind of what I started with, and I know I've had at least 10 or so subscribers tonight. So yeah, we'll wait and see. Thanks for checking though, Marine. I appreciate you. If you keep coming on to all of my live streams after I really get up and going and have that clientele on here, I may make you a mod because you're always on here and always hanging out with me. So I appreciate that. Once again, kind of just starting off and just kind of doing what I do best. I just do it live for you guys on YouTube. If it wasn't on YouTube, I'd still be doing the exact same thing. Hopefully, our subscriber um, rudeness is getting some sleep. Man, that line of thunderstorms just kind of formed like exactly right over where she is. Well, Columbus Junction, Grandview is actually where she is. Uh, Back toward Washington. That's crazy. The other night it showed 62. So you got more subscribers between Tuesday and tonight, but I've shared your channel with all of my friends, family, and coworkers. I appreciate that. Seriously, I do. And I had a bunch of my coworkers on here too tonight. I kind of skedaddled out of work early because truthfully, I thought this was going to be a much bigger night than what it was. And so, yeah, I kind of skedaddled out of there and came back here and tried to get on live as quick as I could and get on, but it turned out kind of to be a bummer. I was kind of looking for more excitement than what we got. And there's not even any more lightning. Yeah. So really in the Omaha metro, we are like done. I wouldn't be surprised. I would look at satellite, but will not see it because the sun is down. All right. So once again, they condensed the storm again. So Des Moines, you're just seeing extremely heavy rains right now. Urbandale, West Des Moines, still seeing heavy rain. Norwalk, all good. So this is mainly for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Now it's like up to 60. We can look and see if there's any hail in here. Not well, not really. Maybe some pea to marble size on the very southern edge of the storm. So really nothing to brag about. Let's see. You definitely have a great commentary voice. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. Your great explanations. You will for sure grow your channel and more. I hope so. That's why I kind of am streaming quite a bit because the more I stream, the more it'll get out there and hopefully people will tune in and subscribe. That's well, I guess that's any YouTuber's goal. Uh is to succeed, and it's what we're trying to do. Okay, so here's another look at. Well, let's take a peek down here really quick. What do we have here? All right, well, this is a little something something that we can watch. Maybe it'll give off some lightning. I'm kind of pointed my camera in that direction. So, yeah, we'll kind of wait and see. Let's see if we can see anything down in that area. Let me. So that little cell would actually be down here. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll go back to radar and kind of just see if we see anything with this. Yes. So if you are watching, please like, subscribe the video. We're trying to get those subscriptions up. So if you can, hit that subscribe button, go up to the main button and to the channel and subscribe to it. It's really easy. And then when I go live, then you guys should be notified. Um, I think that if you hit the bell icon, so either way, subscribe, like to the channel, and you know, normally when I go on, you'll be notified anyway. So yeah, I would appreciate your guys' support. And if you have subscribed already, hey, I appreciate it. This is what we do. Kind of kick back, chill. You know, nothing is really major right now, so kind of chilling out on a what, Thursday? Well, it's Friday now, but Thursday night. That's what I did. So let me turn this camera just a little bit more down to the south. So, right. So we'll keep it here and we'll see if we can watch. So I saw a little bit of lightning. So maybe we'll get a little bit of lightning action from that one little cell that's moving in. And we were up pretty late last night too. I think Marine, were you here last night? Um, so a pretty awesome lightning show with those storms that came rolling through. So we were live until I think it was about 2:40 when they finally pushed out of Omaha and finally to the southeast. But we tracked those from Valentine, Nebraska, basically all the way to the Nebraska-Kansas border. So that was a pretty good stream. Right. Another severe thunderstorm warning. I wonder if they just continued that one, which they did. So just like I was saying, so definitely some winds in here. So you notice how from Altoona just to the down, uh, yeah, this is where your main gust front is coming through. So I'm kind of curious what they're saying. Probably up to 60 mile an hour. So look at that, 70 mile an hour. I knew that these winds were stronger than 60. So anyway, so now we're having up to 70 mile an hour winds with considerable damage. So we'll have to go back here in just a little bit. We'll see if we can get some we'll see what we can get. So we don't have anything just yet from this wind blowing through. Um, we'll have to see. Slept through, it wasn't really that loud. So a lot of people slept through it. Um, just a crap load of lightning. I mean, seriously, it was a pretty cool from about 1 o'clock until about 2:30. Well, 2:30. Man, the light show on here that had on skycam. It was crazy. I mean, it was legit crazy. If you guys want to join my Facebook, so I do have a Facebook page, Stormy Steve. I think it's Stormy Steve One on Facebook. Subscribe to that. You'll see the video that I took of last night's storm moving in. It's about a 3 minute video. I'll actually post it probably on here on my shorts. So you'll be able to go onto the channel and look at that here later on. Yeah, it was pretty cool last night. A lot of lightning. Ah, no worries. We will have plenty of more thunderstorm nights, snowstorm nights. We will have plenty of nights together. No worries. Right. So another new severe thunderstorm warning for Ankeny, Altoona, Colfax, and Newton. So I assume that that gust front has come by there. Uh, so they're saying only 60-mile-an-hour winds, which I can see that. If it's going up to the northeast, it's probably not as strong of wind gust up here as it is down in this. Uh, it's bowing forward, so your main gust line is going to be in here. Well, I think I just saw some more lightning up there. Oh, we did. All right. Let's go back and just kind of check out that little bitty storm right there. Oops, let me move it over a little bit more for you. All right. There we go. So this just kind of blew up out of nowhere. Little bitty storm. We'll see if there's any chance of hail in it. That's about slim to no. We'll go back a couple of frames. We'll kind of see where it's heading to. So, believe it or not, it's kind of heading in my direction. So, as you see the lightning right below me, right there. So, that is actually coming from this little bitty cell. So, Ceresco, you probably, oh, it actually grew a little bit. So, we could actually see a little bit of something with this. So, just to the west of Ashland, probably making a beeline straight to the northeast. All right, for all the new people that just kind of logged on, uh, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate the support. Subscribe to the channel, like the channel. I appreciate it. Every time I go live, you'll be notified. We cover a lot of states. I'm basically out of Nebraska, eastern Nebraska. So this is kind of what we're looking at here and also on live Skycam. So appreciate your guys' support. And if you guys are from somewhere else, let me know. If you guys want, your town noticed on here, we can definitely look up where you live and we could put a future cast on it and see what's going on. I'll have to see what the latest scan is for possible hail in this. So it's got to be up here somewhere. So I'm just kind of waiting for that scan to come in. Nothing quite yet. It sells up here, so that new scan's got to be coming in anytime. Actually, Moraine, you guys have a cell. I wouldn't even call it a cell, a rain shower, just off your guys's west. Let's see. Here's office. So you guys are back up in this area. You you may see some sprinkles. This is actually the bigger, kind of growing a little bit. Wasn't expecting this to actually form. Take a look at skycam really quick. See if we can get a good view of this. Kind of picky when it comes to centering things. So I noticed that Eastern Nebraska skycam looking actually southwest. That's what we are. Was too far over. Wasn't even centered. Oh, hey, there was a pretty good lightning strike. And we'll go back to radar. So no matter what happens, it's going to be in that direction. So let the light show out there tonight as I look out window to the northwest. I can see a lot of lightning higher than the cloud cover. Which on this, I can turn this camera a complete 360. Um, so you're saying off to the north? Oh, okay. Yeah. So over there by you, I gotta, you know, this is a really clear area where I am looking out to where mainly the storms come in. Normally they come in from the southwest and move northeast or um yeah, that was a pretty cool lightning right there. Or straight from the west. So thank goodness I'm high enough, kind of where I live and there's no big trees to get in my way and we can have a pretty good view this way. Cool. I appreciate that. Camera angle that we have right now is great. So, yeah, and that camera angle is actually pointing right at this cell that, we have coming in. Mm. Let's go back and see if that updated yet. Oh, it did. So there's a little bit more hail. Now I think it's further. I think it's further up. Yeah, let me see where this is. Oh no, that's about right. All right. So we at least have little pea to maybe marble size, probably mainly pea size, because this is not a big cell whatsoever. We'll take a quick peek. What's the elevation on this? 54,000 feet. So yeah, there's not much hail in this, so roughly maybe pea size. Once again, if you guys are new to the channel and you guys are just signing on, hit that like and subscribe button. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Kind of seeing what this one does, and yeah, there's definitely some good lightning down in that area. So, you know what? Give me 2 seconds. I will be right back. Don't anybody go anywhere. All right. Appreciate everybody. All right. So latest radar scans coming in. So slowly moving northeast. So the way that this is basically traveling, the only straight up like this path right here. So it'll kind of just miss me here, but Utan, Waterloo, probably Elkhorn. Yeah. Elkhorn, Waterloo, the Skyline area, Venice Island, Utan. You guys will probably all see this. So I'll have to slowly pan the camera here in a little bit more to the west, and then we'll go to the north because thought this would probably go right over me, but it will go to the west of me and to the north. We just had some good lightning. Where to go? Mm. Guarantee it knows that I switched to the main camera and stopped. Another scan just came through. If you were in Mead or even at Two Rivers, Memphis Lakes, you guys are definitely seeing a little bit of rain coming down. My severe thunderstorm warning thing up. Mm. All right, so we got some new people in here. Hey, appreciate your support. Like and subscribe to the channel. You guys can be a part of the team. This is kind of a team event. I need you guys to report from the outside and I try to give you the information from the inside. So, yeah, like, subscribe. I appreciate all your guys' support. I appreciate it. All right, little by little, it's slowly creeping by, creeping up. Can't even give you a speed on this because yeah, I have no clue. I don't think it's really moving that fast. Maybe 20, 25 mile an hour. All right, we'll go back as we wait for that storm. We'll take another quick peek at this storm over here. All right, so it's already pushed through Des Moines. So they're still clocking 70 mile an hour wind gusts. So here's your gust front right here. So this right here is gusty winds pushing out ahead of this storm. So this is where you're going to have your, you know, gusts up to 70 mile an hour are along this front. As soon as this pushes through, you're definitely going to know it. So is it Pella? So Pella, you will definitely be feeling this in probably uh 10 minutes. The gust front is definitely pushing outward. Right. For my subscribers is down here just to the kind of the north of Granville. Kind of blew up too a little bit. This was not on the path that so it went from basically just a little bit of showers to yeah, just kind of blew up on a dead line right where she is. I thought there'd have been a little bit more lightning with this little cell. There is some pretty good rain out there. Man, if you're in Iowa, definitely have some good rain. Even northeast, far northeast Nebraska, pretty good. We even have some redevelopment out in just to the west of Columbus. That's kind of weird. Was not expecting that tonight at all. You had a boundary line out there that this stuff shouldn't be forming behind, but I guess it is. Well, once again, I think all this will stay north of Omaha, and I really don't think this will be our last hurrah right here. But even then, the cell is weakening as it's heading toward Douglas and Sarpy County. It'll actually be a surprise if it makes it to Waterloo, Elkhorn. I mean, there's not even any lightning anymore with this. Right. So really, beside this, so UTAN, you guys will be getting a little bit of a shower. Heck, it's 1:30 in the morning. Most people are sleeping, so they won't even know that this is coming. 'Cause there's not that much there. Definitely a lot of rain is in Iowa. Iowa's the hot spot tonight for rain. These winds are pretty good. You're looking at 70, or even in here, you're looking at 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. It's a pretty, yeah, it's a pretty big line of gusty winds. I'm still not seeing any wind reports coming out of Des Moines or West Des Moines. And so that little cell and just moving into U10, it looks like a little couple more developments just kind of blew up northern Douglas County into Washington County. Really, absolutely sprinkles. It's about all it is. All right, everybody. I think that's going to wrap it up for tonight. So those severe thunderstorm warnings, they still have 15, 20 minutes on them. Those cells are moving to the east, winds of 60 to 70 mile an hour pushing out. Um, the rest of Nebraska, you know, it's just going to be a little rain for the rest. Um, Northeast going to be rain. There might be a little bit of development starting, and that could be what's going to be hitting like tomorrow morning around in our area. Um, so we'll just have to kind of wait and see. I know there was kind of a little bit of development 7, 8 o'clock. Um, it may be developing out there now, and then by the time it gets here, it'll be 7, 8 o'clock. A little bit of rain down by Hastings. Uh, probably wouldn't be Hastings. What's down here? Down Fairbury, Beatrice. This will continue to move to the east. and probably really dissipate the further it gets. Um, but yeah, if you guys are new to the channel, please like, subscribe. Um, we've been on here for about 6 hours and 15 minutes. Thought it was going to be a little bit more active than what it was tonight, but last night was pretty late. We were live until about 2:30 in the morning with the cells that were pushing through eastern Nebraska. So yeah. So other than that, I will probably before I leave, hit that subscribe button. We'll probably be back live tomorrow. Um, in the morning, I'll look at the latest models, and if it really starts getting going in central Iowa or western Iowa going into central, around the I don't know 12 1 o'clock hour. Um, they're calling for some pretty serious development. We'll be on. We'll cover it. So uh, thanks for keeping us every weekend. I'll be watching these things again. Maureen, thank you. I appreciate your guys' support. It makes it so much easier when people are actually on here and watching and give their input on things, and like I said, it's a chat for a reason. So we want you guys to follow the chat and talk on it. So yeah, we love it. So all right. So on that note, I will talk to you guys probably tomorrow, and I appreciate all of you. So have a good night. We'll talk to you later. Appreciate it.